national anthems first, and then we open the doors, right? Okay. We'll now have the national anthem led by the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command. Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Statement by members, déclaration de député. 1 second. Que l'on ouvre les portes, let the doors be open. Statements by members, déclaration de député, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is muzzling us for the first time today, and it's to attack the Quebec aeronautics industry. Why work so hard against one of the greatest industries in Quebec? Rather than enforcing the existing legislation, the Prime Minister has amended it to allow delinquents to export the Quebecers' jobs. The Prime Minister protested alongside Navios workers who were illegally fired, and now he's disavowing them without hesitation. It's outrageous. When the government gives its word to Saudi Arabia for the sale of armored vehicles, that's sacred, but when it gives it to workers, that's another story. It's despicable that a government that wants to reform parliamentary democracy use a muzzle to trample on the rights of 2,600 families. More things change, the more they stay the same. On October 19th, the Liberals certainly did not become elected to do that. It must change.
Rochester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 1948, Cowley and Indian artifacts were discovered near the airfield in Debert, Nova Scotia. Subsequent excavations have revealed thousands of artifacts, and radiocarbon dating indicates that the community was inhabited around 13,500 years ago. This makes Debert the oldest known human settlement in Canada, Mr. Speaker. This is a special place, a place of national significance, both to Canada and to the Mi'kmaq. Unfortunately, many of those important artifacts are now in storage, including at the Smithsonian Institute in Washington, unseen by Canadians. It is our goal that a properly curated museum can be created with the help of the federal government and the Mi'kmaq to ensure the story of the first settlement in Canada can be preserved and indeed celebrated. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, in a few days it will be Multiple Sclerosis Awareness Month. 100,000 Canadians are living with this crippling disease known as MS. There still is no cure. It's been almost a year now since my dear friend Ted Marianix died after living with MS. He was only 70 years old. He was a police officer almost 40 years and a minor hockey coach. But Ted never let MS stop him from living a full life, even though he needed a scooter to get around. When I campaigned for civic politics in Edmonton, Ted was my most frequent volunteer. When I ran for federal politics, Ted was always there. He was like a father who taught me a valuable lesson. Anything is possible with hard work. Many of us were deeply saddened when MS got the better of Ted. He died June 13th. His wife Louise is still grieving. So when we mark MS Awareness Month in May, let's remember Ted and join Team Fight to End MS.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, during the election, I met with many seniors in my ridings of Pitt Meadows and Maple Ridge, looking to improve the quality of their lives. The New Horizons for Seniors programs is one way of helping them do just that. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce this year 4 deserving organizations in my riding received $71,000 in funding. The Golden Ears United Church is getting a new entrance and flooring to improve accessibility for seniors involved in the volunteer thrift shop program. The Maple Ridge Lawn Bowling Club is getting new patio tent covers. The CATC Seniors Network is developing an emergency preparedness guide for seniors. And the Ridge Meadow Senior Society will now get new chairs and a sound system to support their community events. Mr. Speaker, I am happy that these groups will be able to continue their great community initiatives to keep seniors active and healthy.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to pay tribute to a great institution in my riding of Saskatoon West. On April 21st, the Saskatchewan Indian Institute of Technologies is celebrating 40 years of empowering learners and realizing potential. Established in 1976, the college became the primary delivery agent for all adult-level courses for Indigenous peoples across Saskatchewan. Today, SIIT is a province-wide system of 3 main campuses, 8 career centres, and numerous community sites. As a First Nations institution, SIIT proudly offers post-secondary education programs and services in direct response to the needs of its students. Thanks to the vision of the original board members, more than 54,000 First Nations and Métis people have attended classes and training programs in an environment that promotes traditional ways and fosters student success. Congratulations, SIIT. Beyond skill training, you have also delivered hope. 40 years of hope has impact beyond measure.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, Brome-Missisquoi is recognized for the quality of its wine products, for the high quality of its hotels, and for its regional products. Today, I'm very pleased to highlight the talent and creativity of some of its brewers. In particular, the microbrewery Farnham Ale and Lager, which distinguished itself during the 5th Barcelona Beer Festival, winning 3 prestigious medals. I feel it's important to emphasize the efforts made by all brewers in our riding. They promote our county as well as contributing enormously to its economic development. Today, I want to raise a glass once again. Bravo, Farnham Ale and Lager. And bravo to all of our brewers. Continue to ensure that Brome-Missisquoi is one of the most beautiful ridings in Canada.
For Durham.
Mr. Speaker, tonight the French ambassador hosts their annual Vimy reception to honour the special relationship between France and Canada forged on the battlefield at Vimy Ridge. Next year marks the 100th anniversary of this defining Canadian moment, and I'm proud of preparations underway in both countries. In the Durham region, 26 schools held a Vimy Day walk, where students started in 4 different locations, marking the 4 Canadian divisions, and walked a sombre 3,600 metres, marking the number of fallen at Vimy Ridge. I'd like to congratulate the board and staff and students from Maxwell Heights, Clarington Central, Bowmanville High, Port Perry High, and Curtis Secondary. And last Saturday, Mr. Speaker, I had the honour of attending the Sam Sharp Gala, where Uxbridge Secondary staff and students honoured their World War I MP and alum, bringing the community together while also raising funds for the students' trip to Vimy 100. Mr. Speaker, I salute these organizers, teachers, and students that show Canada that 100 years later, we hold the torch of remembrance high.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, 2 of the most influential women in the Canadian art community recently received the 2016 Governor-General's Award for their contribution to the arts, and they share something in common: Oakville Galleries. Like our 2 dynamic and creative Governor-General Award winners, Marnie Fleming and Susie Lake, Oakville Galleries strives to stimulate thought, shift perspectives, and inspire engagement. Marnie Fleming served as curator of contemporary art at Oakville Galleries for over 20 years. Her innovative exhibition programming and adept collection strategy has made Oakville Galleries a pivotal player on the Canadian art scene. Susie Lake, an influential feminist artist with strong ties to Oakville and Oakville Galleries, uses a range of media to explore issues of the identity, gender, and politics of the human body. Congratulations and thank you to Oakville Galleries and both Susie and Marnie for your contribution to the arts.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate an entrepreneurial success story from my riding. 21 years ago, a franchise began in Kingston when two friends, John Sotiriades and Nelson Lang, decided to open a fast food place that offered different and healthier fare. With little money in their pockets, Johnny and Nelson rented a small storefront below their second-floor Princess Street apartment in Kingston. Although most Canadians might not recognize Johnny and Nelson by name, they most certainly know their restaurant, which became an instant hit with university and college students. 21 years later, they now have restaurants in 13 countries throughout the globe. Mr. Speaker, Johnny and Nelson are the founding partners of the Pita Pit, which just celebrated a huge milestone of opening their 600th store. I congratulate these two Canadian entrepreneurs from Kingston and the islands and wish them luck as they strive towards their ultimate goal of 1,000 restaurants globally, a milestone I have no doubt they will achieve. Thank you.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Last Saturday night, Monsieur Vivier Deschênes passed away last Saturday. He's well known of Quebecers because for 30 years he was an aviation specialist in the media. He was a person who knew how to transmit that passion. We knew when we heard him that we'd learn something, and particularly that we would understand it, because he was an exceptional popularizer. Mr. Vivier Deschênes had a whole string of jobs, and in his career we were able to congratulate him. He was a citizen of Louis Saint Laurent, but above all, a personal friend. That's why the foundation asked me to mention this and to present my condolences to his wife and his daughters. I would also like to congratulate him on his career. Thank you to the Aerovision Foundation to have paid a deserved homage to Yvon Vivier Deschênes. Thank you.
The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, last week was National Volunteers Week. Fittingly, the Governor-General presented sovereign volunteer medals to what he described as the Team Canada of volunteers. I was honoured to attend the ceremony as one of the 55 recipients from across Canada is a pillar of the community in Hampton in Fundy Royal, Jim Hovey. Mr. Hovey has worked tirelessly in the community of Hampton for more than 30 years. Most notably, he served 8 terms on Hampton Town Council, 5 of those as mayor. As is the case with many volunteers, he also gives his time freely to many other community organizations and has played an instrumental role in the creation of the community theatre. In fact, he does continue to serve the community now. Since his retirement in 2008, he has volunteered on the town's healthcare and public works advisory committees. Mr. Hovey is a true inspiration to the community and to all Canadians, and I am proud to stand here today to honour, congratulate, and thank him for his continued contributions.
Wonderful.
The honourable member for Argenteuil-La-Petite-Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. March 8th was International Women's Day. The 2016 theme for the day was Planet 50/50 by 2030, Step It Up for Gender Equality. This government is the first in Canada to reach gender equality within the cabinet, and recently one of its members received a prize from the International Paralympic Committee.
I'd like you to congratulate my colleague, the Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities, on being recognized for her role in the promotion of sport all through the International Paralympic Committee's 2016 International Women's Day Recognition Award.
She's an excellent role model for all women because she's committed towards equality and integration. And once again, all of my congratulations.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta has experienced a below-average snowfall and above-average temperatures this spring, leading to Alberta's wildfire season starting a month early. As a result, over the past 2 days, dozens of wildfires have started across Alberta, requiring the efforts of over 650 firefighters, 12 helicopters, and 2 air tankers. Despite the warnings of an extremely dry and hot summer, the provincial NDP government is cutting $15 million from the wildfire management budget, jeopardizing the safety of Albertans. Schools and First Nation communities have been evacuated, highways closed, buildings destroyed, and 2 firefighters injured. In my riding, air tanker pilots have been hard at work to put out wildfires near Slave Lake, even while their jobs hang in the balance due to these reckless NDP cuts. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the 650 firefighters for their incredible efforts to battle these fires across the province, and I call on the Alberta NDP government to restore this critical funding. Thank you.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, April is a very significant month for Polish Canadians. In 1940, over 20,000 innocent Poles were killed in the Katyn forest by the NKVD on the personal orders of Joseph Stalin. Every year in April, we honor the innocent Polish lives that were lost. We also recall another tragedy in Smolensk in 2010. In a cruel twist of fate, 96 officials of that Polish government were killed in an accidental crash that occurred en route to commemorating the Katyn massacre. However, Mr. Speaker, for Polonia, April is not only a time of commemoration, it is also a time of celebration, when Polish Canadians celebrate Pope John Paul II Day. The man who is now canonized as Pope St. John Paul II was not simply a Catholic leader, Mr. Speaker. He was a global leader who spread the values of peace, freedom, and interfaith dialogue. Karol Wojtyła was pivotal to the restoration of independence in Poland and the countries of the former communist bloc. I ask members to join me in remembering the victims of Katyn, as well as the life of Pope St. John Paul II. Dziękuję bardzo.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, women in Ontario work for 15 and a half months to earn what a man earns in 1 year. And so yesterday was Equal Pay Day in Ontario. Women on average worked for free this year to this point until today. Canada ranks badly when it comes to the gender pay gap. It's bad for poverty, it's not just. In February, Liberals agreed with the NDP motion to finally implement pay equity. And I'm proud of our NDP team's approach to implementing women's equality. And Liberals can be proud of 2004's Pay Equity Task Force report. It lays out a very clear path to legislate equal pay for work of equal value. It should have been implemented 12 years ago. It would have made a big difference. Today on Equal Pay Day, let's make actions speak louder than words.
Hear, hear. Member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, I wear this blue rose and I take this opportunity to congratulate Brian Pallister and the Progressive Conservative. This morning, the great people of Manitoba woke up to bluer skies. Maybe not literally, Mr. Speaker, but they tell me the clouds are already breaking. But certainly, as our new Premier put it, a bluer Manitoba, rich in hope, rich in optimism. Hear, hear. Mr. Speaker, it was a giant victory for the Progressive Conservatives, winning 40 of the 57 seats. You could even say their opponents got orange crushed. It is no small feat defeating a governing party that had been in government for 17 years. It's a tall order, but with his 6'8" stature, Mr. Pallister is no stranger to standing tall, and he took the PCs to a convincing victory. He proved the PCs are head and shoulders above the rest, and that things really are looking up in Manitoba. On behalf of me and my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, we look forward to working together to make Manitoba an even better place.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Speaker, April serves as Testicular Cancer Awareness Month. Having been diagnosed with and treated in 2008 and again in 2011, I am grateful to be here today. I'm grateful to my wife Paula, who's visiting Ottawa today, for being there for me during the treatments, to the nurses and doctors at the Siegel Cancer Centre and the Carbone Cancer Centre, and thankful to the donors across the country who support the cause every single year. Je m'adresse à vous aujourd'hui.
I rise today in solidarity with all of those who are affected by cancer, including my colleagues, and to share a message with all young men in this country. The average age for a diagnosis of testicular cancer is 29. 1 in 266 will be diagnosed with it during their lifetime. The good news, Mr. Speaker, is that in most cases, when it is quickly identified, this cancer can be treated.
Speaker, is early detection, and I encourage all men to conduct self-exams at least once a month. I also encourage them to learn more about the illness by speaking with their doctor or by contacting Testicular Cancer Canada. Thank you.
Oral questions, questions orales. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Independent Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed what the Finance Department and leading economists have been saying. In fact, the Conservatives left the Liberals a surplus. But instead of celebrating this achievement, they're playing politics and pretending like it didn't even happen. So, Mr. Speaker, why does the Prime Minister continue to mislead Canadians on basic facts?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government supports and applauds the Parliamentary Budget Officer for his excellent work and continue to work with him to demonstrate the level of openness and transparency that all Canadians expect from this side of the House. The fact is we made commitments to invest in Canadians, to give a larger tax-free child benefit to 9 out of 10 Canadian families, and that's exactly what we're doing with our investments today.
Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the surplus is real whether the Liberals want to admit it or not, and frankly, it shouldn't take an expert in quantum computing to recognize it. Mr. Speaker, the budget has been called the least transparent in 15 years, and their deficit and job creation numbers are way off the mark. So, Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister won't acknowledge basic facts, how can Canadians have confidence that he'll protect their jobs?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Last fall, Mr. Speaker, Canadians chose a vision that was going to invest in this country, that was going to invest in our communities, was going to create jobs and opportunities, put more money in the pockets of the middle class and those working hard to join the middle class, and create the kind of growth that for 10 years, Mr. Speaker, under the previous government, simply didn't happen for Canadians. We committed to invest in our futures, and Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what the Liberal Party is doing.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday I met with mayors from British Columbia that are struggling with high unemployment in their communities. These families want to get back to work, and the BC LNG industry could create $175 billion in business investment and up to 100,000 new jobs. But these projects need to move forward. And so far from the Liberals, all we've seen is uncertainty. So, Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister stand up and tell these families that he has their backs and he supports LNG?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for 10 years, the government, party opposite couldn't get things done for natural resources sector right across the country. And the reason they couldn't, the reason they still don't get it, is they think that you have to make a choice between what's good for the environment and what's good for the economy. What Canadians spoke up loudly and clearly of last fall was that they need a government that does both of them together, that cares for the economy and cares for the environment at the same time. That is exactly what we are doing on this side of the House.
Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed that the former Conservative government left behind a budgetary surplus. The Prime Minister and his Minister of Finance are now the only people who refuse to acknowledge this fact, this reality. And once again, we trust the Parliamentary Budget Officer. The Prime Minister said that he does too. So why doesn't he admit that we left behind a budgetary surplus? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we encourage the Parliamentary Budget Officer. We work hard with him to ensure a high level of transparency for Canadians, because that is what Canadians did not see during the 10 years that the Conservatives formed government. The reality is that we are investing strategically and massively in the future of Canadians to ensure that we grow the economy and put more money in the pockets of the middle class, and that we ensure a stronger future for all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, what the current Parliamentary Budget Officer says and what the former Parliamentary Budget Officer wrote is that there's a lack of transparency on the part of this government in its budget, and they had not seen such a lack of information, a lack of transparency for 15 years. So Canadians realize that they can't trust this government. Why is the Prime Minister refusing to give all the information to the Parliamentary Budget Officer and tell Canadians the truth? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, 6 months ago, the Canadians sent this government, the former government, packing. And so they are happy to see a new level of transparency and openness. They shut the door on the most secretive government in history and chose a government who is setting a new standard for rigor, transparency, responsibility, and transparency. And that's what they want as a government. The honourable member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, sometimes the government treats our veterans so badly that we can't just understand it. Corporal Paul Franklin lost both legs in Afghanistan, and yet every year, like so many other veterans, he has to fill out forms to prove that his legs have not grown back. So now that this case has been exposed, can the Prime Minister tell us what he personally is doing to put an end to this ignoble situation? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign and in the years leading up to it, the Liberal Party has always stood up for and with our veterans to be there for them and to defend their interests, because we saw a previous government that not only through its political desires and also through the actions of its public service was not up to par when it came to serving our veterans. That is why we have pledged historic investments in our veterans in our last budget, and that is why we are always listening to veterans, and we have a solemn obligation to our veterans, and we are upholding it. The honourable member for Outremont.
Talking points. Why are we not surprised? Here's the question, Mr. Speaker. Master Corporal Paul Franklin lost both legs serving this country bravely in Afghanistan. Every year, like numerous other veterans, he's obliged to fill out a pile of forms to prove that he still hasn't gotten his legs back. He lost his wheelchair because he couldn't produce another doctor's note. The question to the Prime Minister was, what are his talking notes on veterans? The question to our Prime Minister was, what has he done to put an end to this intolerable situation for our veterans?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as the member opposite well knows, I put forward a mandate letter for our Minister of Veterans Affairs that asked him to respect the sacred obligation we have as a country towards those who serve. We have made sure that we have reopened the 9 Veterans Affairs offices. We have increased the funding to the people who are actually helping our veterans. We are ensuring that we're cleaning up the mess left by 10 years of a government that wrapped itself in the flag every chance it got, but let our veterans down every single day. That's it.
The honourable member for Outremont.
Let's talk about messes they promised to clean up, Mr. Speaker. For more than 3 years, they promised to legalize marijuana, and yet thousands and thousands of Canadians will have criminal records for the rest of their lives because they won't even decriminalize something that could have been done overnight. So the simple question for the Prime Minister is this. His minister was in New York, of all places, instead of here today, announcing that maybe in 2017 they'll be presenting legislation to finally do something about it. In the meantime, will the Prime Minister at least promise that there will be legislation to remove the criminal record?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I'm always curious to see what position the member of from Outremont will have on marijuana any given time he stands up in this House. The fact of the matter is we have been clear. We believe in legalization and regulation of marijuana because it protects our kids and keeps money out of the pockets of criminal organizations and street gangs. The fact of the matter is decriminalization, as this member proposes, actually gives a legal stream of income to criminal organizations. That's not what anyone wants in this country.
I remind the honourable member for Outremont that it is against the rule. I remind the honourable member for Outremont that we do not draw attention to the presence or absence of members in the chamber. The honourable member for Outremont.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, for 3 years they've been promising to legalize marijuana. That was a part of their election campaign. For 40 years, the NDP has held the same position that marijuana can be decriminalized to stop sentencing people to jail terms, and we want them to remove criminal records for marijuana. Now, he said the veterans' problem was the criminals, or was the Conservatives' fault, and they are blaming us, too, for marijuana. And, now they're depending on the Chief of Police of Toronto, the Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that decriminalization, as proposed by the member for Outremont, does nothing but give a legal stream of revenue for criminals who sell drugs. The reality is that legalizing marijuana properly by protecting our young people, by ensuring that millions of dollars are not being funneled into criminal organizations, is the only way to protect our children and our communities, and that is what we are going to do as promised.
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, the Trade Minister would like us to believe that she was gallivanting around sunny California, promoting Canada and meeting with trade partners, but Canadians know the real reason that she was there. She was there to promote herself on a popular U.S. TV show. What a disaster that was. The minister has stated that it was her and her department alone that organized the trip to California. If this is really the case, can she tell us who booked her stay while she was in Hollywood?
Good. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, once again today, the Conservatives are trying to make a story where none exists. It is the job of the Minister of International Trade to promote Canada's trade interests around the world. Following the APEC summit in the Philippines, she was proud to visit California, one of our most important trading partners, Mr. Speaker, where she did what she was supposed to do according to her mandate letter, which was to promote trade. The Conservative accusations about expenses are false, Mr. Speaker. All the rules were followed. The costs were in line with travel by Conservative ministers in the previous government, and the details were publicly posted months ago, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, then that member should have read them, because we know that the hotel rooms were booked for her by Time Warner, who of course owns HBO. When she said that her department handled all of the arrangements for this trip, she misled Canadians. She claimed that this was a trade mission, but clearly it is not. Now she's trying to cover her tracks. Why was Time Warner booking her hotel rooms if this was all planned ahead of time by her department?
Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm going to try in French to see if the member understands, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the Conservatives are seeking a story where there is none. The Conservatives don't like the media, but we know that the role of the Minister of International Trade is to promote Canada across the world and to promote trade. She has also promised to support and defend Canada for its policy toward Syrian refugees. Even the former Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, and the former Minister of Foreign Affairs did appear in American media from time to time. It's important.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, what's not in his talking points is that the Trade Minister dropped nearly 20 grand in taxpayers' money for a stop in L.A. to appear on Bill Mayer's show. She claimed she had a roundtable meeting with Conservative writer Ben Domenech and Maine Senator Angus King. Turns out they were actually panelists on the very same program. The minister actually thinks that the green room is a round table. Mr. Speaker, was there anything real about the minister's time spent in Hollywood with Bill Mayer?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Conservatives are trying to create a story where none exists. The purpose of the trip to Los Angeles was to promote Canadian interests with one of our most important trading jurisdictions. All the rules were followed, all the costs were publicly posted, and they were in line with the kinds of costs incurred by travel by former Conservative ministers. In fact, Mr. Speaker, over the same November to March period in the last year, her Conservative predecessor incurred expenses more than $6,000 higher than hers.
Barry Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the Treasury Board's own department directs ministers to post all travel expenses for the last quarter by March 31st. He and the finance minister traveled to Switzerland. The transport minister traveled to Washington. The public safety minister went to Washington and London, yet they have not been posted. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberals are just paying lip service to openness and transparency. Mr. Speaker, why is the President of the Treasury Board violating his own rules by hiding his expenses?
Hear, hear. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the Treasury Board follows all the rules, as does every member of this cabinet. We are committed to open and transparent government. And may I say, in terms of the matter and the accusations of our Minister of Trade, she is a person of exceptional international reputation, somebody who came to Canada, back to Canada, to serve Canadians, an internationally recognized expert on the economy and issues of inequality. We are proud to have a minister of her stature who is able to bring to international...
Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, to justify her trip to Hollywood at Canadian taxpayers' expense, the Minister of International Trade rhymed off a list of people she met with. But surprise, surprise, Mr. Speaker, two of those people, Senator King and Lieutenant Governor Newsom, were in fact guests on the very same talk show that she appeared on. So can the minister stop beating around the bush and confirm what we all know, Mr. Speaker? She went to Hollywood to appear on HBO. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are trying to create a story where there isn't one. Whether it be the Washington Post, the Los Angeles Times, the BBC, or European media, her role, Mr. Speaker, is to promote Canada abroad, and that is absolutely what she is doing. She must speak to the media to do so from time to time to fulfill her mandate. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, a broad array of ministers have not yet disclosed their travel expenses that took place before March 1st, 2016, and yet that is a clear rule from the Treasury Board. The Ministers of Transport, Finance, Public Safety, and the CRA are delaying in disclosing this information, and even the President of the Treasury Board is late and is flying in the face of the rules of his own department. Why are they hiding this information, and when will the Liberals finally follow the rules? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Our ministers, our government, our Prime Minister are committed to, of course, openness and transparency, and we will follow all the rules of the Treasury Board. I just want to say, in terms of the matter of our International Trade Minister, an exceptional public servant, she actually became a parliamentarian after having garnered international attention for her work as a journalist, a financial journalist, and a writer who actually tackled some of the biggest issues facing the world, including that of inequality. Mr. Speaker, she was asked, in fact, because she has international profile.
Honourable Member for Abitibi-Bay James, Nunavut, AU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we sincerely hope that the people of Attawapiskat will be able to start looking towards the future after these tough years, and we commend the minister's commitment to build a youth centre and to grant more resources to cultural programs. But the fact remains that the budget contains no new investment for mental health services for young Indigenous people, and Health Canada still does not have enough caseworkers to meet needs. Mr. Speaker, will the minister pledge to immediately increase the funding for mental health services? The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we are extremely concerned by the wave of tragic suicides that is occurring in Indigenous communities across the country. In Attawapiskat, it is very, very important to provide programs on the ground.
First Nations Inuit Health is prepared right now to begin the land-based programming that the youth have asked for, and we know this is about getting back hope and what exactly the youth said to me, that they want their identity back.
Member for Timmins, James Bay.
I'd like to thank the Minister for coming with me to meet with the youth in Attawapiskat and committing to build that youth centre. It is a profound moment. But the larger issue of the crisis in mental health services in Indigenous communities remains. For example, there's only $350,000 for the mental wellness framework for the entire country. How many children is that expected to save? So my question is to the Finance Minister. He can respond to the crisis that has taken the lives of too many Indigenous children across the country by putting those resource dollars into this budget now. He has the power to act. Will he do it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Health.
Speaker, our government is committed to closing the gap in health outcomes for First Nations and Inuit Canadians. In Budget 2016, we outlined our historic investments of $8.4 billion to improve the socio-economic conditions for Indigenous peoples and their communities. Health Canada collaborated with the Assembly of First Nations, community mental health leaders, and our government departments to develop a First Nations mental wellness continuum framework. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Parliamentary Budget Officer released his report on Budget 2016. First, he confirmed that the government did indeed inherit a surplus from us. He also confirmed that their plan will cost significantly more than the $10 billion that they promised Canadians, but most importantly, that their plan actually lacked incredibly important details. So, Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister is this. When will we face the facts that they talk a good game, but they're really not delivering on an open and honest government?
Secretary for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm so happy for the question from the honourable member. Mr. Speaker, let me quote from the Independent Parliamentary Budget Officer talking about our budget, Mr. Speaker. We believe that ultimately these measures will have a sizable impact on the Canadian economy. That's what the PBO said yesterday. Mr. Speaker, our budget is for Canadian family, for Canadian middle class. That's helping the economy. That's what the PBO says. That's what we're going to continue to do.
Member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve to have confidence in a government. Absolutely. They inherited a surplus from us. That is what the PBO said. They manipulated private sector economists' projections for their own purpose. They padded deficit projections by the billions. And they've exaggerated how many jobs Canadians can expect out of the budget. That's what the Parliamentary Budget Officer said. Yeah. So does the Minister realize, quite frankly, that his economic credibility is in tatters and that Canadians deserve to have somebody in some government that actually manage their tax dollars responsibly?
Well said. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for a question. Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand, and everyone in this House should understand, in the last month of the fiscal year, our expenses are going up and our revenues are going down. The Conservatives have left us a deficit, Mr. Speaker. And let me say what the Independent Parliamentary Budget Officer said about the Conservative. He said that the Canadian economy has remained below its level of potential GDP since 2008, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to Canadians, we are going to grow this economy for Canadian family, for business, and for the middle class.
Mr. Langley Aldergrove.
Speaker, before becoming a Liberal, the Minister of Finance endorsed a Conservative plan to change the age of eligibility for seniors. In his book, The Real Retirement, the Minister wrote, quote, "In 20 years' time, the economy will run better if we retire around age 66 to 67 instead of the current age of 62. But since then, the Prime Minister has told him to change your tune. When did the Finance Minister stop caring about the long-term financial security of Canadian seniors?"
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable for his question. Mr. Speaker, this budget is historic in investing in Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We have reduced taxes for 9 million Canadians already, which is helping our economy. We have the Canada Child Benefit, which is going to help 9 families out of 10, lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. And, Mr. Speaker, we're investing in our senior, we're investing in youth, we're investing in clean tech, we're investing in innovation. That's what Canadian wants. That's what we're doing.
Honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, maybe in French they might understand the question. One of the government's bad economic decisions was to reduce the retirement age from 67 to 65, and according to the PBO, that is going to cost us $11 billion per year. We can't afford that. And in fact, in the current finance minister's book, The Real Retirement, he says raising the retirement age is a step in the right direction, and the economy will run better. I couldn't have said it better myself. Will the minister recognize that he was right at the time? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I know he's interested in this issue, and I think that he knows that it's a good thing to reduce the retirement age to 65 to help lift seniors out of poverty. And we are going to continue to work in that direction, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Laurier Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Speaker, Saudi arms deal. Ottawa consulted no human rights group, but asked only the Department of Defense. And after signing the export permit in secret, the minister repeated that the Liberals would scrutinize any future arms deal. But when we propose a transparent subcommittee to look at our arms export, the Liberals use their majority to vote it down. Mr. Speaker, what are they afraid of? Where is the transparency they keep talking about? When will they start walking the talk?
The Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, we take very seriously the review we are doing about the export permits. It's a very serious decision, and I assume my decision and the ones that I will do in the future, certainly I will do it very, very seriously. I'm sure that the committee will work very seriously as well. The committee has a lot of work to do. We will ask the committee to look at the legislative changes that we'll have to make sure that Canada will be a member of the Arms Trade Treaty, and I look forward to work very positively with the committee.
Honourable member for Laurier Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the government is continuing to dig itself in on the issue of the arms sale to Saudi Arabia, a contradiction on the idea that the contract was a fait accompli, a contradiction also on the penalties that would apply if the contract was to be cancelled. Yesterday, the Liberals voted against our proposal to create a committee to study arms exports. Why are the Liberals refusing to let parliamentarians do their work? What are they afraid of? Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, well, since my answer in English will be translated in the Hansard, I won't give it again in French, but I want to say that the contract was signed by the previous government. It was signed, and we did not want to renege on Canada's signature because it was done on Canada's behalf. So the export permits then arrived on my desk, the desk of the minister, and we did our what we had to do in transparent ways. Mr. Speaker, during the recent election campaign, many people in my riding were worried because the previous government had decided to raise the retirement age from 65 to 67. That decision created a lot of anxiety among people in many communities in Laurentides-Labelle who are trying to plan for their retirement. So can the Minister for Families, Children and Social Development explain how the budget changes this bad decision to help Canadians? The Honourable Minister for Social Development. I want to thank my colleague for asking about this important decision. We wanted to review this issue because many people would have been hard hit. 35% of the income of the poorest seniors would have been affected, thousands of dollars. I think that everyone here in the House should be glad we changed that decision.
The member for Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, during question period yesterday, the Minister of Environment was specifically asked when she would make a decision on the Pacific Northwest LNG project in British Columbia. Her answer shocked all of us. She flippantly said, "We will make a decision when we are ready to make a decision." When will the minister realize that the uncertainty her government has created is causing investors to flee Canada and is jeopardizing a $36 billion job-creating investment in Canada?
The Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the party opposite, we understand that the environment and the economy go together. The only way projects will go ahead if they're done in a sustainable way. At the beginning of March, the proponent brought significant new information that raised concerns about impacts on salmon, human health, and Indigenous peoples. We are committed to doing a review that is based on science and facts, and we have said once we have the necessary information, we will make a decision within 90 days. That is what we will do. Hear, hear.
The member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's not good enough, because the minister first claimed that her decision would be based on science. Then the Natural Resources Minister proudly contradicted her by saying that the decision would be political. And now the minister simply says she'll make the decision whenever she feels like it. The ultimate uncertainty. Does the minister not realize that her inaction is risking a $36 billion job-creating investment in Canada?
The Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will repeat my answer. We will make decisions based on facts, science, and evidence. We understand the importance of getting resources to market, but we need to be doing it in a sustainable way. That is what we are doing, and I will quote from the proponent, Pacific Northwest LNG will work to assess this latest information request and continue to work constructively with federal agencies throughout this rigorous process. We are working with them, and when we are prepared, we will make a decision. Thank you.
The member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, agenda, third party, and magic 8 ball, maybe. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Environment rose yesterday and confirmed LNG decisions will be made when and only when she feels like making them. She just created another level of uncertainty. The Justice Minister is on record as saying LNG remains a positive prospect for many First Nations. And the Environment Minister herself can't deny LNG could and would replace Chinese coal. Rather than creating more uncertainty and by consulting her magic 8 ball for answers, why doesn't she look at the actual facts and support the project?
Now the Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the member opposite maybe didn't understand what I said previously, so I will repeat it. What I said is that we are committed to making a decision within 90 days of getting the information required from the proponent. We will make decisions based on science, facts, and evidence because that is what Canadians expect, and that is what we will do.
The Honourable Member for Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the recent Emerson report indicated that not only is the Coast Guard understaffed, but its fleet is one of the oldest in the world and urgently requires renewal. We learned yesterday that the government plans to abandon its maintenance project for the only Canadian icebreaker, and we don't have the John Diefenbaker for another 10 years. So what is the plan by the Liberals to meet our urgent Canadian Coast Guard needs?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for the question. Mr. Speaker, as part of the Canadian Coast Guard's multi-year maintenance plan, PSPC issued an advance contract award notice to Davies Shipyard to enter the Louis St. Laurent into dry dock for retrofit and life extension work. Mr. Speaker, due to lack of available space at the Davies Shipyard, the contract has been deferred till next year, and that will ensure that this iconic vessel of the Coast Guard will be able to participate in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea program taking place in the Arctic this summer. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, for years now, the Senate spending scandal has been shocking Canadians. People are angry that government cronies appointed without any legitimate reason are using taxpayer money like an open bar. When a senator uses public paid staff for home renovations and his tanning salon, this is disgusting. When will the government tighten the belts of this privileged group and clean up these ridiculous practices? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we have always said that transparency and the proper use of public money needs to be done appropriately, and we have taken steps. We are encouraging the Senate to keep moving toward openness and transparency.
This week we're hearing of senators who are using their parliamentary staff to work in their private tanning facilities. We're hearing that they're using them to organize their home renos, and the Liberals congratulate themselves a lot in this House, Mr. Speaker, for talk about openness and transparency, but we've recommended concrete action. We've talked about tightening the expense limits in the Senate, limiting taxpayer-funded travel, and strengthening the Senate Ethics Office. So what we're asking for the government to do today, Mr. Speaker, is to stand in the House and join us in demanding the implementation of those rules by the Senate. Will they do it?
There's some question about whether or not this is within the responsibility of the government, but I see the Government House Leader rising to answer the question.
Mr. Speaker, as we've said, we have at all times understood the importance of managing taxpayers' money in an appropriate way. We have thought that at any point, those that are responsible for abusing taxpayers' money or misusing taxpayers' money should be held to account. The money should be reimbursed. And that includes, Mr. Speaker, the money that the New Democratic Party took for their satellite offices.
Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the sun is shining, the sky is bright blue today in Manitoba after electing a strong, stable, Conservative majority government last night. Unfortunately, here in Ottawa, our military is entering another era of darkness. The Liberals' $3.7 billion defence cuts from the defence budget are not only for future procurements. They are cutting the budget for current projects like the Arctic offshore patrol ships and the Halifax-class frigate upgrades. Why won't the Prime Minister get the equipment for our troops now?
O'Connell, Secretary for National Defence.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. It is passingly strange to get a question from the Conservatives about the fiscal mess left behind. There is a perpetual mismatch between the procurement cycle and the fiscal cycle. And the Minister of Defence is now trying to rectify that, Mr. Speaker. Accordingly, there is no funds that will be not applied to projects as they are needed.
Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal procurement process is failing our military. The decision to withhold funding for the Cyclone Search and Rescue helicopter reminds Canadians of the horrible Chrétien decision of the 90s to cancel the EH-101 helicopters. Why is the Prime Minister so willing to put the women and men of the Canadian Armed Forces at risk by cutting military funding?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, this is from a member of Parliament who was part of a government that took lapsing military funding to an art form in order to be able to get to a bogus balanced budget. Mr. Speaker, there is no money being cut from projects. And had the members opposite spent more time getting the fiscal and procurement cycles in order instead of climbing in and out of fake airplanes and doing the hard work that needs to match those cycles, then possibly, just possibly, the men and women in uniform would be getting their...
Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Outland-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have already returned national defence to an era of darkness. They have deferred until after the next election the procurement of essential equipment, and they've done worse. As the Ottawa Citizen is reporting, they are backing away from procurement projects like the offshore patrol ships, the Cyclone helicopters, and the replacement of the CF-18s. Will the minister show he has some influence and stand up and make sure these projects go ahead?
Mr. Speaker, once again, had the government opposite, the former government opposite, actually done its work, then the procurement cycle would have matched the fiscal cycle, and accordingly, we possibly would have had some procurements actually met. The mess left behind on the procurement cycle by the government opposite means that we are having to realign all of our fiscal priorities, and accordingly, we are now funding matters as they become due. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Mr. Speaker, constituents in my riding celebrated the announcement by the Employment Minister to greatly increase the funding available through the Canada Jobs Program. Considering the reaction, I had no doubt that we'd see more employers take advantage of this opportunity and help start to train the future workforce of our country. Can the Minister of Employment please update this House on the current state of participation in regards to the Canada Jobs Program?
Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member from Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas, is absolutely correct. Funding was doubled for Canada Summer Jobs this year, and we are on track to create 70,000 jobs for youth this summer. Applications are up 30% from the year before, with over 36,000 applications. It means more jobs and opportunity in Hamilton and each and every riding across Canada.
For Central Okanagan, Milkmain Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals may not realize it, but they are playing a very high-stake poker game with the government of Quebec. Bill 74 would allow the government of Quebec to force federally regulated internet service providers to act as censors, blocking Quebecers' access to internet gaming sites. This clearly raises concerns about Quebecers' rights to the internet and censorship. Will the Liberals show their hand and tell us what their position is on this legislation?
Honourable member for Heritage.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for his question. We believe in net neutrality, and of course we'll be having ongoing discussions with our counterparts in Quebec regarding that question. I had the opportunity of meeting many stakeholders that have raised issues regarding that particular bill, and it will be a pleasure to further discussions on this subject. Thank you.
For North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, the Comox Coast Guard Centre is slated for closure on May 10th. We have heard troubling testimony at committee around the technology failures, HR challenges, and even possible tsunami risks. Yet the minister is showing a disregard for the committee, for Parliament, and for residents. Will the government protect our coastal communities and keep the Comox MCTS Centre open? Or will they just keep repeating the same excuses as the Conservatives while they shut down this important marine safety centre?
Fisheries and Coast Guard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, rise to respond to this question. I know, as the member pointed out, the staff were notified late last month exactly when the closure would happen. And although they were notified that the closure would happen in 2014, I think the modernization of these centers has been a long-standing project that began in 2007, and the closure of the Comox station is the last one to be done, and we're moving forward with that plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Purposes, the driverless car is quite literally at our doorsteps. The technology
is advancing quickly. In some countries, major investments are being made, and more projects on driverless cars are getting underway. What does the government intend to do to support and develop self-driving cars in Canada? Yes. Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his excellent question, given the importance that I place on innovation in the transportation sector. We want to promote this kind of new technology. We want to promote safety. These are very important innovation areas. The Senate Transportation Committee has accepted our suggestion to study this issue in depth.
Mr. Speaker, when the Minister of Public Safety proposed outsourcing RCMP occupational health to provincial compensation boards in Bill C-7, he claimed that compensation would be reasonably consistent across the country. Yesterday in committee, we heard that in Lloydminster, in his own riding or his own province, this could result in thousands less for one RCMP member, depending on which detachment they came from, the Saskatchewan side or the Alberta side. When will this minister acknowledge our concerns about fair treatment and strike sections 40 and 42 from Bill C-7?
Hear, hear.
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our government has indicated a new regard for the work of parliamentarians on parliamentary committees. The Prime Minister has made it clear that he wants to see the work of parliamentarians to be adequately supported and invigorated. And if the committee, which is hearing all of the evidence with respect to this matter, has suggestions to make about the shape of the legislation, the President of the Treasury Board and I would be more than happy to entertain that advice.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Prime Minister for leadership in Paris and for attending the upcoming Earth Day signing at the United Nations. But our current target does not reflect that leadership. Our current target does not meet the climate urgency and the emergency situation we face. In fact, it's still the weakest target in the G7. It's still the target of the previous government. It's urgently required that we ratchet up our target. Will the Prime Minister please reassure Canadians that we plan to put in place a tougher target, and soon? That is leadership.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member opposite for her question and her hard work on the environment, including with us in Paris when we talked about and actually got to an agreement that talks about increasing ambition of targets for countries like Canada, indeed countries around the world, as we move forward. We are working with the provinces, with municipalities, with industry, with businesses, with individuals to make sure that we continue to build a strong economy while protecting the environment in a way that for 10 years the previous government was unable to do.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of 5 finalists for the 2015 Shaughnessy Cohen Prize for Political Writing. Maybe this is 2016. At any rate, Greg Donaghy, Norman Hilmer, Andrew Nikiforuk, John Ibbotson, and Sheila Watt-Cloutier. I note that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier today, the House of Commons in the United Kingdom voted unanimously to recognize that Christians, Yazidis, and other ethnic and religious minorities in Iraq and Syria are suffering genocide at the hands of ISIS. And on March 15th, the U.S. House of Representatives also unanimously declared that genocide was taking place in Iraq and Syria by ISIS. In light of this, and after discussions that have taken place among all parties, I hope we will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the House declare that ISIL is responsible for atrocities such as genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity against ethnic and religious groups, namely but not limited to Christians, Yazidis, and Shia Muslims in Syria and Iraq, and that it strongly condemn these atrocities and call for an independent investigation and for perpetrators to be brought to justice.
Does the Honourable Leader of the Opposition have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? No, there is no consent. On the point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask for unanimous consent for the following motion: that the House declare that ISIL is responsible for atrocities, war crimes, and crimes against humanity of a genocidal nature against ethnic and religious groups, namely but not limited to Christians, Yazidis, and Shia Muslims in Syria and Iraq, and that it strongly condemn these atrocities and call for an independent investigation, including into possible genocide, and for perpetrators to be brought to justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? No, there is no consent. Okay. It being 3:15 p.m., the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Cooper relating to the business of supply. Call on the members. The question is as follows. Mr. Cooper, seconded by Mr. Scheer, move that the House urge the Minister of Justice to A, follow her government's own... Shall I dispense? No. A, follow her government's own guidelines for ministers and ministers of state as described in Annex B of Open and Accountable Government 2015, that ministers and parliamentary secretaries must ensure that political fundraising activities or considerations do not affect or appear to affect the exercise of their official duties or the access of individuals or organizations to government, that there should be no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access accorded to individuals or organizations because they have made financial contributions to politicians and political parties, and that there should be no singling out or appearance of singling out of individuals or organizations as targets of political fundraising because they have official dealings with ministers and parliamentary secretaries or their staff or departments. B, apologize for the fundraising event on behalf of the Liberal Party with one of the top law firms in Canada. And C, return all funds collected from the event, as was done in 2014 for the event involving the former Minister of Canadian Heritage. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, des Etchemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, des Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Wright.
Ms. Wright.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Albright.
Mr. Albright.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr.
Mr.
Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Lightfoot.
Mr. Lightfoot.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin
Madame
Suite.
Boutin Suite.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Maharchuk.
Ms. Maharchuk.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms.
Mr.
Ratanzi.
Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argental, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cousin.
Mr. Cousin.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. de Bruce.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Mr. de Courcy.
Mr. de Courcy.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Elsassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr.
Mr.
Ellis.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Yeltsin.
Mr. Yeltsin.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Lamatis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame
Nassif.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Soda.
Ms. Sahoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Van Damme.
Mr. Van Damme.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Yeas pour 130, 130. Nays contre 165, 165.
Je declare la motion rejetée.
I declare the motion defeated.
I have the honor to lay upon the table pursuant to subsection 6, a point of order, member for Sinix Gulf Islands.
Speaker, please forgive me. I noticed some confusion at the table. I did intentionally abstain. I don't approve of the fundraising, but I thought the business of supply was too much of a waste.
Thank you, member, but this is not a point of order. I have the honor to lay upon the table pursuant to subsection 61(4) of the Canadian Human Rights Act the 2015 annual report of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. This report is permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to the Standing Order 36 in bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 7 petitions.
Okay. Introduction of government bills. Mr. LeBlanc for Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Implement Certain Provisions of the Budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2016 and other measures. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. LeBlanc for Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? The next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Reports from inter-parliamentary delegations. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34-1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the reports of the Canadian delegation of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting the participation at the joint meeting of the Ukraine-NATO Interparliamentary Council, the Subcommittee on NATO Partnerships, and the Subcommittee on Transatlantic Economic Relations, Kiev, Ukraine, June 8th to 9th, and the 61st Annual Session in Stavanger, Norway, October 9th to October 12th, 2015.
Reports from inter-parliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage entitled Main Estimates 2016. And Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I move, seconded by the member for Laurentide-Labelle, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
We sit and wait for the motion, and then I read the motion, right? David Graham up there in the back. Ms. Fry, seconded by Mr. Graham, moved that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Those in favour say aye. Aye. Yes, it's yay. Those in favour say nay. Those opposed say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call on the members. The question is the following one. Ms. Fry, seconded by Mr. Graham, moved that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson. Ms. Mahaichuk.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis. Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Lemedi.
Mr. Lemedi.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Cousineau.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Ananda
Monsieur
Sangre.
Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine-Smith.
Mr. Erskine-Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Graywell.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon. La Matisse Matin Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, la Métis Matan Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest et des Sardes.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie le Sud-Ouest et les Sardes.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Sarai.
Mr. Sarai. Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Van Dau.
Monsieur Van Dau.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Monsieur Blaney. Bellechasse et Etchemin-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse et Etchemin-Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Wright.
Ms. Wright.
Mr. Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Loan.
Van Loan.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Deltev.
Mr. Deltev.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Bertud.
Mr. Bertud.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May.
Ms. May. Yeas pour 162, 162. Nays contre 129, 129.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day. Oh, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Justice, that in relation to Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to provide for certain other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of this bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purposes of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Mr. LeBlanc, moved, seconded by Ms. Wilson-Raybould, that in relation to Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act, provide for certain other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. I invite honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise in their places so the chair has some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in this question period. Thank you. The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
On March 22nd, 2012, the then Member of Parliament for Papineau stated, and I quote, "The law is very clear. Air Canada has to maintain the maintenance in Montreal, Winnipeg, and Vancouver." We need to continue this debate so that every member understands that the maintenance provision of the Act states that overall maintenance must be undertaken in and around Montreal, Winnipeg, and Mississauga, and not in Vancouver. Will the government allow this debate to continue in order to provide the opportunity for the member to clarify his comments?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
I thank the member for her question. The good news is that because Air Canada, the Government of Quebec, and the Government of Manitoba have stopped their litigation, this offers us the opportunity to clarify the bill known as the Air Canada Public Participation Act. This is an important bill that we have been wanting to clarify. This is our opportunity to do so. But I would remind the member and everyone across that the amendment that we are proposing still requires Air Canada to undertake maintenance in the three provinces of Ontario, Manitoba, and Quebec. That is the gist of the bill, and we feel confident that there will be good job opportunities with Air Canada in the aerospace world in the years to come. Thank you.
Honourable Député d'Outremont.
Honourable member for Outremont.
Using the word clarify is Orwellian newspeak. What they are doing is letting a rich and powerful corporation off the hook for breaking the law. And they're doing it in a retroactive manner that's never before been seen here in the House of Commons. It is properly scandalous for them to claim that this is a clarification. Il y a des milliers de travailleurs.
There are thousands of workers who have lost their jobs because the government refuses to apply the law to Air Canada. The member from Westmount who has just spoken when he was in opposition said this: it's unbelievable. Canadians are starting to realize that the government did not respect what it said 6.5 years ago when it talked about openness and transparency.
Same person stood in this House to criticize the Conservatives who would always shut us down after 4 or 5 days. They're doing it with 1 day of debate. He said this: Canadians are starting to realize what they promised 6.5 years ago to be open, transparent, and accountable was false. They're doing this after only 6.5 months in power, Madam Speaker. This is identical to the KPMG case. The signal being sent by this government is there's one law for the rich and powerful, one law for everything else. You know what? The basic rule in our society is the rule of the law applies equally to everyone. That's being broken by the Liberal government.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Well, thank you very much. I thank my honourable colleague for his question, and of course, he raised in his comments the fact that there had not been enough debate. But I would like to remind him that it is the member from Belleuil-Chambly, who was seconded by the member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, who moved the following amendment last Friday. And I quote, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting, and I quote, the House declined to give second reading to Bill C-10. So in other words, the NDP proposed last Friday, that we not continue with this bill, and yet they want to debate it some more. So where is it that the NDP stands on this issue? I'm in favor of taking this to committee where witnesses will have a chance to speak, and then bringing it back here and going to third reading. There's plenty of opportunity for debate, and yet the NDP wanted to kill this bill last Friday.
The honourable member for Welland Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question for the Minister on moving this time allocation motion. Is the government moving this time allocation motion because it's worried about the increasing and mounting opposition in places like Winnipeg from Air Canada's maintenance workers who are worried about their jobs and their livelihoods? Is that why the government wants to limit debate on this bill? Because they see that Air Canada workers in Winnipeg at the maintenance facilities are truly worried that this bill will eliminate their jobs, eliminate their livelihoods. Is that why the government's moving in this direction to shut down debate?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Well, I thank my colleague for the question, and I would remind him that Air Canada and the Government of Manitoba concluded an agreement which said that at least 150 jobs would be created in Manitoba. That satisfied the Government of Manitoba to the point of saying that it would no longer be taking Air Canada to court. And of course, in Quebec, we know the situation there. The Quebec government decided to stop its litigation with Air Canada in view of the fact that Bombardier had undertaken, that Air Canada had undertaken not only to buy up to 75 C-Series, but to do the maintenance for the next 20 years.
Questions and comments. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Rosemont, la
Honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an outrage. What the Liberals are trying to impose upon us is an outrage, and they're trying to impose it on 2,600 families, and I'm proud of my colleagues. I'm proud that we are standing up against the Liberals. When the Conservatives became a majority government in 2011, the first thing they did was trample on unions and postal workers. Same thing with the Liberals. First things they're doing is trampling on the rights of the workers from Air Canada. They're so hypocritical that when they were in opposition, they called upon the Conservatives to respect the law, and now they are changing the law to make job losses legal. That's what they're doing. They should be ashamed. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The situation has greatly evolved since 2012. We know today that the Government of Quebec and the Government of Manitoba are satisfied with the position taken by Air Canada with regard to the creation of jobs in Quebec and in Manitoba. And the amendment that we are moving in this bill requires that Air Canada maintain jobs in Manitoba, in Ontario, and in Quebec. So there will be job creation, which will allow us to clarify the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to ensure that there's no litigation in future.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the last time we saw this government make a snap decision, it had to do with inserting themselves in a question that hadn't been asked about extending the runway at Billy Bishop Airport. And the benefactor in that snap decision was Air Canada. Now we have another snap decision bringing to a fore very quickly, where we're stopping debate on a topic. And who is the benefactor of this knee-jerk reaction? Air Canada. So my question to the Minister is, what other sweetheart deals do they have in store for Air Canada? Because, Madam Speaker, quite frankly, they don't need to make any legislative amendments to allow a private company to enter into agreements that bring a litigation to a close. They don't need to do this. So why are they doing it, and what are they getting out of it?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Madam Speaker, I would encourage my honourable colleague not to indulge in conspiracy theories. These are two completely separate matters. I made it very clear that our decision with respect to Billy Bishop had to do with achieving the proper balance between economic development and also the community priorities, and particularly with respect to the development of their waterfront. In the case of the Air Canada Public Participation Act, we have taken a measure to avoid further litigation and to recognize that Air Canada must compete on a level playing field to the same extent as its competitors, and that's one of the reasons why we have given them more latitude. But as I remind everyone, they must still provide jobs in Manitoba, in Ontario, and in Quebec.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The duplicity of the Liberals on this issue, Madam Speaker, has been appalling, frankly. They've been duplicitous on the substance, where we had the Prime Minister and the member for Winnipeg North and other members get up and pretend to be the champions of aerospace workers in Winnipeg and across the country, and then at nearly the first opportunity after forming government, introduces an act that completely betrays them and contradicts what they were saying in opposition. That duplicity was shameful. But now on the process, Madam Speaker, they're showing the same appalling duplicity. The member for Winnipeg North, for instance, had some great things to say about time allocation in the last Parliament. I'd like to share them with the Honourable Minister of Transport. Quote, "The government, by once again relying on time allocation motion to get its agenda passed, speaks of incompetence," he said, Madam Speaker. "It speaks of a genuine lack of respect for parliamentary procedure and ultimately for Canadians. It continues to try to prevent members of Parliament from being engaged in representing their constituents on the floor of the House of Commons. Does the Minister of Transport agree with the then member of Winnipeg North, who apparently is not the same member?"
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And may I remind the member from Elmwood-Transcona that on Monday, during the debate, he suggested that it may be worthwhile to hear from Air Canada on this file and not just the government. Well, I couldn't agree more. That opportunity is going to occur when this bill goes to committee. And yet, last Friday, the NDP wanted to kill this bill, depriving Air Canada of the opportunity to speak. I don't understand how this NDP thinks. Thank you.
Alors, conformément à l'article...
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga Housing, the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona International Trade. Resuming debate, reprise le débat, l'Honourable député de Montcalm.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member from Montcalm. Madam Speaker, it's another sad day for our parliamentary democracy. The Minister, for months and months, rose in this House to answer questions and say that he was pleased to be happy to foster an offender, a company that breaks the law. So, Madam Speaker, how are families from Avios who are affected, how do you expect them to trust this minister and this government? During the election campaign, the minister said that he was sick of politicians, and he said that before he was elected, and now he's doing the opposite. Madam Speaker, we are sick of this government. We're fed up because they don't take into account families who put their trust in the commitments of the Prime Minister, and now it's over. And the minister should stand in his place and apologize because he is part of a caucus of 40 Liberal members from Quebec who are flouting the rights of Avios workers. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I might remind my colleague that it is the province of Quebec that decided, following discussion with Air Canada, to not go ahead with the lawsuit. Why? Because Air Canada had decided to commit seriously in Quebec, first by purchasing Bombardier aircraft, and also by getting involved in the opening of a center of excellence to maintain an overall aircraft for at least the next 20 years. It decided to get involved of all of this and to commit to job creation. So I don't know why my colleague isn't happy with the fact that there will be job creation, significant job creation in Quebec.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Madam Speaker, and you know, there's many things. If only I could have leave to really articulate all the issues that I could comment on with respect to this. But having said that, Madam Speaker, my question is in regards to the province of Manitoba and the province of Quebec have been very candid in terms of over the last number of years trying to challenge Air Canada to provide the jobs that was inside the legislation framework through the Air Canada Act. Now, in working with the provinces and the different stakeholders, it has come to the surface that indeed there is an obligation for the federal government to work with the different stakeholders, including the provinces, in terms of trying to resolve this going forward. My question to the minister, would he not agree that there is an onus of responsibility for the Government of Canada to work with the province of Manitoba and the province of Quebec, along with other stakeholders, in order to protect Canada's aerospace industry in the provinces of Quebec, Ontario, and Manitoba?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you for the question from the member from Winnipeg North. Certainly the Government of Canada, which wants to promote one of the technical areas where Canada really plays in the big leagues. I'm talking about the aerospace industry, and where provinces like Manitoba, and I know Bristol Aerospace in Winnipeg and the other companies that are there. In fact, when I was president of the Canadian Space Agency, we went to Bristol Aerospace to have one of our spacecraft built. I'm very cognizant of the fact that Manitoba has a critical mass of expertise. I'm also aware of the fact that my own province also has some impressive capabilities, as well as Ontario. These are provinces that are excellent in aerospace. Yes, we want to help these provinces so that Canada continues to be.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And it's certainly nice to hear the member from Winnipeg North speaking during this time allocation motion. But the parliamentary secretary of the Minister of Transport noted that the government's in a rush to get this legislation to committee because the government hadn't to date done a single consultation on this legislation. So the question I have is that as the government proposing closure on this debate, will they at least admit that this legislation is being proposed and rushed to benefit Bombardier?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
The answer is no. It's got nothing to do with that. It has to do with the fact that the government of Quebec and the government of Manitoba have decided that they will not pursue Air Canada. And this allows us the opportunity to clarify this bill. Not only to clarify this bill, but also to allow Air Canada to be more competitive, remembering that Air Canada has not only had to be restricted in terms of specific cities to do its maintenance, but has had other restrictions imposed upon it, such as official languages, where it has its headquarters, and foreign ownership. These are things that were imposed upon Air Canada 28 years ago. We have decided that at this time it deserves more latitude with respect to the maintenance of its aircraft.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, what we have here is a situation of regulatory capture. We've been holding hearings on rail safety, and it's becoming absolutely evident that we've got a situation of regulatory capture with the rail industry. And now what we have is a situation where, by law, Air Canada is required to provide these jobs in these 3 Canadian communities. Well, they've cut a deal with the government saying, well, we don't want that law anymore because we've got some contracts that we can enter into and it might cause problems with us in our business dealings. This is a deep concern. If we can't have full debate here, will the minister ensure that every one of his members of the committee will allow for every single witness who wants to be heard on this issue heard at committee?
Minister of Transport.
Well, needless to say, I don't agree with my honourable colleague on her analysis talking about regulatory capture. But let me ask, if the NDP really wanted more debate on this bill, why did they disrupt the debate last Friday with their obstructive amendment at second reading? I understand that the government made many offers to the NDP to accommodate their ability for their MPs to speak, but they just couldn't take yes for an answer, apparently. As an officially recognized party, the NDP has a seat on the Transport Committee, and I look forward to that member's positive contribution at committee on this important bill.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Wetaskiwin.
I'm impressed. Madam Speaker, I found an interesting quote from a couple of years ago from the Liberal member from Scarborough-Guildwood. He said, by keeping Air Canada, this is a Liberal fundraising email, by the way, by keeping Air Canada's maintenance in Canada, we ensured a superior level of safety with tight regulations and a highly skilled aerospace workforce. By shuttering Canadian overhaul centres, Canada is losing its ability to ensure that our aircraft meet safety regulations. So I have a couple of questions, actually. First one would be, will the government allow the debate to continue so that the Liberal member from Scarborough-Guildwood can address his safety concerns to his own government? And secondly, I noticed that the Minister of Justice seconded this closure motion today, and I'm wondering if there were any members from Air Canada or staff from Air Canada at a recent fundraiser in Toronto.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With respect to the quality of the maintenance that is done in this country, and I have a responsibility from a safety point of view at transport. I have no concerns at this point that we are not providing the highest levels of maintenance quality in places like Winnipeg, in places like Montreal and Mirabel, and in places in Ontario and Toronto. These are world-class capabilities that we will continue to make, and the modifications that we are bringing to the Air Canada Public Participation Act will in no way have any effect on that.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Madam Speaker, and we'll have to say mark this date, Wednesday, April 20th, 2016, is when sunny ways became dark days in the House of Commons. Madam Speaker, what we're seeing now is a mimic of the same actions we saw over a decade of Conservative rule, where simply debate was shut down and where every time there was an opportunity to bring up important issues like 2,600 jobs that are being killed, what the Conservatives would do is they bring in closure, like the Liberals are doing now, and then they would blame the opposition parties, just like the Liberals are doing now. Now, the Minister of Transport didn't used to feel that way. In fact, if we quote him from 2013, he actually called closure undemocratic. He actually said back in 2012, Canadians don't like closure and that they are waking up to the way the government is doing things. He was referring to the Conservatives then. He's obviously referring to the Liberals now. So why is he using closure to kill the jobs of 2,600 Canadian families?
Minister of Transport.
My honourable colleague went on at quite a bit of length about cutting off debate. So I have to ask him again, why did his party, and I'm talking about the member from Belleuil-Chambly, seconded by the member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, move last Friday, and I quote, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following, and I quote, the House declined to give second reading to Bill C-10. Well, that's one way to kill the debate as well, and I'd like to understand why the NDP is proceeding this way when we have the opportunity to do debate, to go to second reading, to go to third reading, to take it to the Senate. Plenty of opportunity for debate. Please explain to me why the NDP wants to kill this bill.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The
honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Government is still flying VFR in these sunny ways, I'm happy to note. Can the Minister confirm that the changes proposed in this bill will indeed increase Air Canada's ability to compete in the international aviation industry on a more even playing field, will modernize the Act to remove obsolete references to things like the defunct Montreal urban community, and will benefit the provinces of Manitoba, Ontario, and my home province of Quebec by loosening the restrictions on where, within those provinces, maintenance work must take place? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Echo what my honourable colleague said. What we have continued to say in the amendment to this Act says it very clearly, is that Air Canada still has an obligation to provide maintenance in the provinces of Quebec, in the provinces of Manitoba and Ontario. That is going to give Air Canada a little more latitude with respect to where it does its maintenance. I think that's a good thing. As he mentioned, the urban Montreal area doesn't exist anymore. We've expanded it to give in Quebec more latitude to Air Canada with respect to where it wants to do its maintenance.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
For Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on March 27, 2012, the honourable member for St. Laurent-Cartierville, current minister, stated, quote, respecting the law means protecting Montreal, Mississauga, and Winnipeg centres. That is clear, end quote. Will the government let this debate continue long enough to give our minister time to tell the Montreal workers why he's flip-flopped on this issue? And while he's at it, Madam Speaker, maybe he could ask the member from Winnipeg North to explain why he's flip-flopped on process. Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Transport.
May I repeat, Madam Speaker, that the reason that we have proceeded with this bill is very simple. It's because the province of Quebec and the province of Manitoba have come to an agreement with Air Canada and they're dropping their litigation. They are obviously satisfied that there will be the creation and the maintenance of jobs in their respective provinces. It's no more complicated than that, and we want to make sure that this law is clarified to prevent further litigation in the future and also to allow Air Canada to perform better in a very competitive field, both domestically and internationally.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, there's a troubling coincidence here. The announcement was made, the government was under pressure to help Bombardier to help sell its C-Series aircraft. The same day, we had an announcement that the government of Quebec and the government of Manitoba had withdrawn their court proceedings. We heard about the purchase of aircraft by Air Canada. So I'd like to know where this coincidence comes from. Can the minister confirm that he had nothing to do with any of those decisions and that his department didn't? That the government didn't try to didn't convince Manitoba and Quebec and Air Canada in these directions? The Honourable Minister of Transport. The hypothesis is false. The only reason that we introduced the bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act, is because the governments of Quebec and Manitoba told us that they were withdrawing their prosecution. So this has nothing to do with what was decided.
The honourable member for Chilliwack-Hope.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd just like to say that, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry I've done that before. Madam Speaker, it didn't take long, did it, for that new government to swallow themselves whole on the issue of closure. And not only that, on the issue of this bill, we had the Minister of Transport himself saying that these jobs must be protected, these centres must be protected when he was in opposition sitting on this side of the House. We had the minister or the member for Winnipeg North every single time that the previous government was trying to get its legislative agenda passed through the House. He stood up, and it was the end of Canadian democracy. You just couldn't believe how this was padlocking of Parliament, shutting down debate, denying the people of Canada their rightful place in this House. And today, he's the one asking the questions to the same Minister of Transport. It's funny how when you change sides of the House, Mr. Speaker, their principles go out the window. So I would like to ask the Minister of Transport how it feels to have been, how it feels to have exposed himself to allegations of hypocrisy so soon into this mandate.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Madam Speaker, I have to admit it feels pretty good being on this side of the House. We have been very clear. And, you know, I have to ask the question, if everybody was so interested in the debate, why did the NDP last Friday propose that we amend everything and their amendment proposed that we actually kill the bill. That, to me, is not encouraging a proper debate through the normal processes that occur in Parliament.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Just a brief question, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, this is a dark day for parliamentary democracy. The minister has introduced this time allocation motion for 1 day of debate. When they were in opposition, they cried out against time allocation. So I would like to know why they have changed so much from their views in October. Why are they damaging democracy in this way? The Honourable Minister. Well, there were already 2 days of debate, Friday and Monday, and there will still be debate after the next vote to some extent. And then the bill will go to committee, which will give an opportunity for debate there. Then there will be third reading, and then it will go to Senate. So this is the way we want to move forward. Democracy will certainly be upheld.
Il est de mon devoir d'interrompre maintenant les délibérations.
It is my duty, pursuant to the standing orders, to put the question.
By Ms. Wilson-Raybould, move that in relation to Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to provide for certain other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
All those in favor of the motion, please say yay.
All those opposed will please say nay.
À mon avis, les yay.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Call in the members.
I'm here helping your whip, eh? Gord should thank me for that, you know. The question is the following one. Mr. LeBlanc, seconded by Ms. Wilson-Raybould, moved that in relation to Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to provide for certain other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second. Shall I dispense? No? No. Not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey, Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey, Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpelleja.
Mr. Scarpelleja.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsett.
Ms. Monsett.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Duncan, Tobico North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Casey, Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Lemedi.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Chiefke.
Monsieur Chiefke.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lemouville.
Mr. Lemouville.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Lozon Avignon. Argenteuil La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cousin.
Mr. Cosme.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayou.
Monsieur Ayou.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. DeMoss.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Graywell.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon gets no.
Monsieur McKinnon gets no.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Matisse, Matin, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sarres.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sarres.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Soda.
Ms. Sahoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Serre.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Van Dal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse et Chemin-Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Rape.
Ms. Rape.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Loan.
Van Loan.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington. Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Delted.
Mr. Delted.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Lozon, Stormatunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Geneva.
Mr. Genero.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leiper.
Mr. Leiper.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans
Monsieur
Souci.
Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur
Monsieur
Saint-Marie.
Marcel.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands. Yeas pour 165, 165. Nays contre 131, 131.
Declare la motion
I
adoptée.
declare the motion carried.
I wish to inform the House, because of the deferred recorded division and the proceedings from the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 40 minutes. Orders of the day.
Today, government orders resuming debate of Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to provide for certain other measures at second reading stage and on the amendment of Mr. Dubé.
Point of order from the member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order on an answer given by the Minister of Immigration yesterday in this House to my question regarding the costs of $6.4 million to renovate Canadian Forces bases to accommodate refugees that were never housed. The minister stated that my colleague beside me, the Minister of National Defence, confirms there's nothing truthful in the member's comments about defence. Mr. Speaker, the question was based on an order paper question signed and tabled by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, document Q18, that's already been tabled in this House. The substance of my question and the figures that were used were based on this information derived from this very document. One of two things possibly happened, Mr. Speaker. Either the Immigration Minister misunderstood the Minister of Defence confirmation of the information given to him, or he misled this House and Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Shame. This sounds more like debate. The member, I guess, has made his point. And now we'll go on. The Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there have been some discussions amongst the parties, and I hope if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion, that the government's response to question number Q70 be made in order for return, and that the response be tabled immediately.
Does the Honourable Minister have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? I think I heard some no's. No, there's no consent. The Honourable Minister, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'm tabling in both official languages the government's response to question number Q70.
Resuming debate, député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Thank you for your support, my dear friends, but this is not what the people from Avios are feeling today. Mr. Speaker, normally I rise with pleasure on behalf of the people in my riding to speak in this House to bills that are of interest to them. I would like to point out, this has always been my slogan, that since I was elected in 2011, I am their voice here in Ottawa. But today I am expressing their discontent and their concern with regard to C-10, and I share their feelings. I can't believe that we're at this point. I've never seen anything like this, even with preceding Liberal governments. They flash left, but they turn right. The Liberal Party has recently made a big show of all the support and the affection it has for the aerospace sector, a high-tech sector that we can all be proud of, especially in Quebec. And yet, when it's time to take concrete measures to support this sector, the government does a major flip-flop, and it goes in the other direction. I just don't understand it, Mr. Speaker. It's shameful. Bill C-10 will not only allow them to water down the guarantees that were supposed to be in the bill for Mississauga, Winnipeg, and Montreal, but will also allow Air Canada to determine itself what is the threshold of work that is acceptable to maintain in Canada, instead of following the requirements set out in the bill. What does that mean, Mr. Speaker? It means that now they will be able to subcontract jobs offshore in order to remain competitive. And that means that they're just thumbing their nose at hundreds of quality jobs across the country. It's as if the Liberal government, knowing that Air Canada is going to buy a Bombardier C-Series aircraft, which is a good business decision, is now rewarding them by making the rules with regard to maintenance more lax. They're not thinking of this as an industrial ecosystem, and I'll come back to that. In short, C-10 is a very dangerous signal that has been sent to workers in the aerospace sector, and this is very, very troubling. And I would like to tell, Mr. Speaker, through you, tell this House how worried the people in my riding are, because thousands of them have jobs in the aerospace sector. Not many members may know it, but when we talk about the aerospace sector, this has a very particular message for the people in my riding. Longueuil-Saint-Hubert is the seat for the Canada Space Agency, which is very close to the National Institute of Aeronautics, a specialized school of the Cégep Édouard Montpetit, which trains the next generation of high-value-added trades in the sector. And the riding that I've represented since 2011, and which has been an honor, which means that I care about this entire sector, is that this business cluster employs thousands of people. Please, I would like people who are not remaining for the debate, because there is a debate underway. If you are not here for the debate, if you want to have conversations, would you please take them outside? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much for having put a bit of order in this House, because there are jobs at stake. The aerospace sector in Longueuil-Saint-Hubert is enterprises such as MCS Servo, which manufactures electro-hydraulic control, Eru DevTech, which specializes in landing gear, and there is also Max Technologies, which manufactures software and simulators, and of course one of the largest employers in my riding, Pratt & Whitney, which are champions in terms of manufacturing aircraft engines, and I could go on and on, Madam Speaker. There's Technologies Veal, which specializes in speed controllers and power controllers, Technar Automation for ultrasonic inspection devices, and I would add MSB Design and Usinage Nature for parts, and Automation Machine Design RC for automated machinery. And of course, I do have to talk about Amricart as well, which works in 3D digitization. The point I'm trying to make, Madam Speaker, is that the aerospace sector cannot be described in general terms. I said earlier in my speech that it is an actual industrial ecosystem, and it is not just large companies like Bombardier which symbolize its vitality. Here is the example of the MACH program of Aero Montreal. This initiative aims to strengthen the supply chain structure and companies involved in it by creating special collaboration links among customers. It aspires to help develop a world-class supply chain and to optimize its performance in order to increase its global competitiveness. The initiative will progressively make available to participating companies services, tools, and methodologies to evaluate and improve their performance and market position and further develop business opportunities. Aero Montréal can be proud of this system, which allows the supply chain to become more competitive. But the description of the ecosystem doesn't stop there. Two vital elements need to be explained here. First, the contribution of the education system, especially with the National Aero Technical School that I talked about earlier, but also with the important contribution made by the university sector through the Higher Technology School, which fosters new blood and the next generation in this major economic sector. The same can be said for the master's program, which is given by Polytechnique Montréal, ETS, Université Laval, McGill University, Concordia University, and the University of Sherbrooke. But first and foremost, we have to talk about political commitment. I'm taking the example of the Quebec government, which decided to take the bull by the horns and invest in innovation in the aerospace sector, recognizing all the benefits that it can bring to the Quebec economy. Ms. Suzanne Benoit, who is the CEO of Aero Montreal, said about the Quebec government strategy, it will actively contribute to the development of a high value-added sector in aerospace, which each year generates sales of $15.5 billion. That was in 2015, which is an increase of over 12% compared to 2014. These are considerable figures, Madam Speaker, and that is because the political will of the government of Quebec. On the other side, the federal government seems to be going in the other direction. Bill C-10 is sending particularly troubling signals.
First of all, the Liberal government is destabilizing the aerospace sector. As I mentioned earlier, the maintenance services are part of an overall integrated strategy by freeing Air Canada from its legal obligations to maintain these aircraft in Canada. Not only does the business not provide these services from here, the workers will not necessarily have the jobs they have now. Second, we are sending a message here through the government that the current workers and the future ones won't have a job in the aerospace sector. So all they want to do is to please Air Canada. they're going to be exporting these jobs abroad. They'll probably be less well paid, and many families in Canada will have more precarious income. There will be an increase, therefore, in social inequality, and you can see where we're going. That seems to be the employment plan of this government. So as a result, we have two Liberal governments, one in Quebec City, one in Ottawa, that of course don't talk to each other, and they're taking decisions that don't really match. They are going in various directions, and they are damaging this industry. Bombardier is important, but it's not the only company in the sector. So I want to defend the small players, the small businesses like the MAC program of Aéro Montréal that find this bill very hypocritical. Workers in the aerospace industry in Longueuil, Saint-Hubert, and elsewhere in Quebec feel that this bill needs to be objected to, it needs to be opposed, and I will therefore be voting against Bill C-10 at second reading. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, I listened very closely to the member. And, on the one hand, I think that we have to recognize that the Government of Canada does have an obligation to the aerospace industry, and it's meeting that obligation only needs to take a look at the most recent budget and the sense of cooperation between Ottawa and, in particular, on this issue, the province of Quebec and the province of Manitoba. Both provincial jurisdictions, Mr. Speaker, have determined with the stakeholders that it is in the best interest to drop that lawsuit, Mr. Speaker, believing at the end of the day that the aerospace industry will be healthier in both the province of Manitoba, my home province, and the province of Quebec, not to mention the province of Ontario also. Mr. Speaker, my question to the member is, will he not acknowledge that as a national government, you have a responsibility to listen to what provincial governments are saying? And in this case, we have the province of Quebec that has agreed that to drop the lawsuit. Why would the NDP argue that the Liberal government should not listen to what the province of Quebec and the province of Manitoba have done?
Le député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Merci. Écoutez, ça me fait drôle parce que s'il y a quelqu'un qui parle tout le temps ici, c'est bien lui. Et puis pourtant, je vois qu'il a l'air de se mélanger dans des termes qui sont extrêmement simples. Comme il dit, dropper une lawsuit, là, arrêter des poursuites judiciaires, c'est une chose. Changer les lois, c'en est une autre. C'est complètement différent.
Les commentaires?
Agreeing with this legislation is different.
Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. And I guess I want to note that we still haven't heard responses from the Liberal members on the following key issues: the cost savings for Air Canada, the minimum number of maintenance jobs that will remain in Canada, whether the government would have introduced this legislation if Air Canada had not purchased the C-Series aircraft, what other options were considered to support Air Canada's competitiveness, and why the government seems to be in such a rush to introduce this legislation. I'm wondering if the member would like to comment on any of these points that I've raised and whether or not he agrees that some of these other issues should have been addressed.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And yes, for people in my area, in my riding, the aerospace sector is very important. For example, and I mentioned this earlier, Pratt & Whitney and other companies are active in my region, and they are seeing a budget that gave hardly anything to the aerospace sector. They talked a good line during the election campaign, but there are people, my neighbors, who have worked on very important engine projects and so on, and there is nothing that is in the budget that will help them. So that's pathetic. I would just remind members that in my area, the Apollo mission parts were fabricated. So once again, people in this sector have been taken for granted. They have been given promises that will not be fulfilled.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona. Very briefly, we have about a minute and 30 seconds.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I want to ask him whether he thinks that it is strange that we have this coincidence with the change of government and a government now that said it was willing to change the legislation. There had to be some kind of negotiation. They felt that the government was no longer on the workers' side.
35 seconds.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, about 30 seconds. Well, what we can say briefly is that we need to oppose this legislation. It is pathetic that people were on the side of the Avios workers, and now we have this flip-flop. The Prime Minister was there beside the workers when they were on the picket line, and now he's ready to just move on and do something completely different.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West, and I want to remind the honourable member that we will be breaking after about 7 minutes. So.
I rise here today, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate a 1 minute notice so that I can wrap up. Would be appreciated because the time is different than what I expected. But I want to say that this is an important debate for all Canadians that's taking place in the House. This industry is shaped and molded across this country and is contributed by a lot of incentives for taxpayers. And it's also one that is part of the value-added chain of manufacturing that many of the things that we do in this chamber and the committees and so forth try to esteem to. We try to work towards value-added jobs. It's interesting, Mr. Speaker, I remember being on a committee where the Conservatives refused to allow a motion to go forward because of the word value-added. Now we are replaced by a government that not only doesn't like the word value-added, but is working against that actively, proactively. And that's the truth of the matter, Mr. Speaker. This is not just about Winnipeg, Toronto, and as well the Quebec region just outside of Montreal in particular. There's many colleges and universities right now that have worked at transition. You look at a place like myself, Mr. Speaker, the auto industry. Diversification has included the mold making and tool and die organizations in recovery, part from our aerospace industry. Because, Mr. Speaker, they are value-added jobs where you can go to school, get an education, and at least have a hope of paying that back. A simple Canadian dream that is slipping through our fingers every single day, and they are complicit in this effort to make sure the working class diminish in this country. And why is it so vivid and why is it so offensive, Mr. Speaker, with regards to this? This legislation that we're dealing with just had closure on it. I remember when they sat over here and they complained and they complained and they groveled about closure. They get over here, didn't take long. It's really quick, it's really swift, about an issue that is so important for workers and their families of young people that want the Canadian dream to live. And that dream, Mr. Speaker, is to be able to go to school, get an education, find a place of employment where you can pay that back, where you can bet on sports, Mr. Speaker. I just got a critical comment from across the way here from the Liberals about betting on sports. Well, let's talk about betting on sports last night, which the Liberals are against. They brought up a member who supported that bill that now spoke against it now. And by the way, the previous Liberal comment from the member from Indignation, I think, complain to this House about the provinces not being listened to and that we have a role. Well, by the way, my bill that actually takes away money from organized crimes and puts it back to healthcare, education, infrastructure, and training is supported by the provinces. Surprise, surprise! So, Mr. Speaker, no heckling, no catcalls. I would like to have that debate at any point in time, willing to do it in this chamber, outside this chamber. I'm happy to do that. Because these jobs that we're talking about, before I was interrupted, actually count for something that's so important. Again, you can pay off your debt. You can have a family, Mr. Speaker. I was one of those Canadians who felt insecure about their income because I worked for a not-for-profit agency for persons with disabilities, where myself and my wife held off having children to make sure we put our student debt away and delayed the family for that. These jobs also, Mr. Speaker, pensions. I like somebody Google in the House of Commons how many times pensions have come up. Well, you know what? These are private pensions that other taxpayers in Canada don't have to pay because that is the value-added agreement that they have with the unions, the collective bargaining process that gives them pensions in the future so they can continue to contribute to the Canadian economy and reopen more doors for Canadians. We also have the mere fact, Mr. Speaker, and I touched briefly on this before, which is so offensive. This actually is retroactive legislation. This goes back in time. It goes back in time, Mr. Speaker, to allow conditions that were allowed in the previous guarantees of that bargaining agreement. So what we've said and what we're saying, and I guess the next one is if a Liberal gets a speeding ticket, they'll go back and pass a law that last week it actually is no longer a speeding ticket. That's the type of thing they're doing right now. And they're undermining a collective bargaining process that also sends a message to the world, Mr. Speaker. This tells investors instability about our interests. And that's one of the #1 things you hear from investors coming into Canada is they want that stability. It's not about a corporate tax cut. It's about knowing the rules and investing capital in this country because they know the rules, they can expect the rules, they follow through. Now their competitors notice a retroactive sweetheart deal because the Liberals happen to be butting up to their old friends and pals and often fundraisers to make something happen that shouldn't be happening. I mean, it'd be great, Mr. Speaker, if we all could make decisions retroactively. If I could go back and, oh, you know what, I found the price of my car cheaper for $2,000 somewhere else, well, I can go retroactively tear up the contract and get that car. You sign a mortgage deal's at 3%, you find it, I don't know, 10 years later being lower? So that's what we're talking about, Mr. Speaker. And they ensure that they can go back and get the rate. It doesn't work that way. And it doesn't work that way for hardworking men and women who have that. And, Mr. Speaker, I know I have to wrap up, but I want to finish with this. This situation, we used to have a donkey approach with regards to a carrot and a stick, right? So what we've decided here, we're going to give the donkey all the carrots, and by the way, we're going to feed it a stick, so we have nothing left but carrots, and when it goes through its system, it leaves something behind that isn't good for anybody. So, Mr. Speaker, now I'm getting heckling on my side. And the metaphor police are after me. So, Mr. Speaker, I move this with an amendment. I move, seconded by the member for New Westminster Burnaby, that the amendment be amended by adding the following: E is being rushed through Parliament under time allocation after little debate and insufficient scrutiny. And that's seconded, again, by the member for New Westminster Burnaby, who has also worked on this file, and others related to aerospace that are very clear and true to our part. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. The sub-amendment moved by Mr. Massey, seconded by Mr. Julian, that the amendment be amended by adding the following. Section E is being rushed through Parliament under time allocation after little debate and insufficient scrutiny. The sub-amendment seems to be in order. Thank you. It being 5:55, pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill now before the House. The question is as follows. Monsieur Garneau, appuyé par...
Mr. Garneau, seconded by Ms. Mahachak, moves that Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to provide for certain other measures, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Dubé, seconded by Ms. Malcolmson, move the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. May I dispense? No. Okay, I shall proceed. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to provide for certain other measures because it, A, threatens the livelihoods of thousands of Canadian workers in the aerospace industry by failing to protect their long-term stability of Canadian aerospace sector from seeing jobs outsourced to foreign markets. B,
forces Canadian manufacturers to accept greater risks and to incur greater upfront costs in conducting their business. C, provides no guarantee that the terms and conditions of employment in the Canadian aeronautics sector will not deteriorate under increased and unfettered competition.
Does not follow the commitments made by the Prime Minister, when added demonstrations alongside workers in the past. And sub-amendment, moved by Mr. Massey, seconded by Mr. Julian, move the following, that the amendment be amended by adding the following. E is being rushed through Parliament under time allocation after little debate and insufficient scrutiny. The question is on the sub. The question is on the sub. Let me try that again. The question is on the sub amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the sub amendment? All those in favor, or actually, I think the nays have it. Oh, sorry. Okay. All those in favor, say yay. All those opposed, say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Okay. Call in the members. Convoquez les députés.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Mr. Garneau, seconded by Mr. Mahaichuk, moves that Bill C-10, an act to amend the Canada Public Participation Act, and other measures, be now read a second time and sent to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Dubé, appuyé par Madame Malcolm.
Mr. Dubé, seconded by Ms. Malcolmson, moves the following motion, that the motion be amended by substituting after the words that the House to refuse to give second reading to Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act, and to provide for certain other measures because it threatens the livelihoods of thousands of Canadian workers in the aerospace industry by failing to protect the long-term stability of the Canadian aerospace sector from seeing jobs outsourced to foreign markets.
Manufacturers to accept greater risks and to incur greater upfront costs in conducting their business. C, provides no guarantee that the terms and conditions of employment in the Canadian aeronautics sector will not deteriorate under increased and unfettered competition. And D, does not fulfill the commitments made by the Prime Minister when he attended demonstrations alongside workers in the past. Mr. Massey, Windsor West, seconded by Mr. Julian, moved the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by adding the following. E is being rushed through Parliament under time allocation after little debate and insufficient scrutiny. All those in favour of the sub-amendment will please rise.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame
Madame
Boutin-Sweet.
Boutin-Sweet. Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault. Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed sub-amendment, please rise.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame
Ms.
Bibeau.
McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scrope.
Ms. Scrope.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Galmo.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Ms. Alice Lev.
Ms. Alice Lev.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lemeti.
Mr. Lemeti.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Lemoulin.
Mr. Lemoulin.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna Sangari.
Mr. Nana Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. De Corsi.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur Sassy.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gurwal.
Mr. Graywell.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Yakuno.
Monsieur Yakuno.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie,
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rabial.
Monsieur Rabial.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Soda.
Mr. Hoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Van Dale.
Monsieur Van Dale.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Opposed. Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Blenny, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Police.
Monsieur Police.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mrs. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warwell.
Mr. Warwell.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur
Gould.
Gold.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Lightford.
Mr. Lightford.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Veerson.
Mr. Veerson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber. Yeas pour 49, 49, nays contre 247, 247.
Je déclare la sous-amendement.
I declare the motion defeated.
La prochaine mise aux voix porte.
The next vote is on the amendment. The question is the following one. Mr. Garneau, seconded by Ms. Mahaichuk, moves that Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to provide for certain other measures, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Dubé, appuyé.
Mr. Dubé, seconded by Ms. Malcolmson, moves the following motion that the bill be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and other measures because it, A, threatens the livelihoods of thousands of Canadian workers in the aerospace industry by failing to protect the long-term stability of the Canadian, may I dispense? No. The Canadian aerospace sector from seeing jobs outsourced to foreign markets. B, forces Canadian manufacturers to accept greater risks and to incur greater upfront costs in conducting their business. C, provides no guarantee that the terms and conditions of employment in the Canadian aeronautics sector will not deteriorate under increased and unfettered competition. And D, does not fulfill the commitments made by the Prime Minister when he attended demonstrations alongside workers in the past. The vote is on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment will please say yay. All those opposed to the amendment will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr.
Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus. Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame
Boutin-Suite.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame
Laverdière.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr.
Mr.
Stetsky.
Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou
Monsieur
Duval.
Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Those opposed to the amendment, please rise.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms.
Ms.
Madame
Mahaichuk.
Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier. Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia. Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra. Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr.
Ms.
Carr.
Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. Chager.
Ms.
Ms.
Chager.
Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Varane.
Mr. Varane.
Ms.
Ms. Jones. Ms. Murray.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms.
Ms.
Ratanzi.
Ratanzi.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mrs. César Chavannes.
Mrs. César Chavannes.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr.
Mr. Wilkinson.
McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Nanda Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Brusen.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. De Corsi.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur
Monsieur
Drouin.
Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gurwell.
Mr. Graywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame
Monsieur
Lapointe.
Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, La Métis, Matan, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Wallet.
Monsieur Rio.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rabial.
Monsieur Rabial.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Soda.
Ms. Sahoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Sadie.
Mr. Sadie.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms.
Mr.
Vandenberg.
Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Monsieur Blany, Bellechasse, des Etchemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, des Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Scheer.
Mr. Shear.
Monsieur Lebed.
Monsieur Lebed.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Van Loon.
Mr. Van Loon.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Straw.
Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abulteyev.
Mr. Abulteyev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr.
Mr.
Fast.
Fast.
Mr. Delted.
Mr. Delted.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South
Mr.
Glengarry.
Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Alvis.
Mr. Alvis.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr.
Mr.
Leipert.
Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Schmidt. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber. Pour 49, 49, nays, contre 247, 247.
L'amendement rejeté.
I declare the amendment defeated.
The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Mr. Garneau, seconded by Ms. Mahaichuk, move that Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to provide for certain other measures, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. That was close. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Foot.
Ms. Foot.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra. Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Galno.
Mr. Galno.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchins.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr.
Ms.
Duguid.
Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Chiefcake.
Monsieur Chiefcake.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argental, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dubois.
Monsieur Dubois.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr.
Mr. McKay.
Cousin.
Mr. Cousin.
Mr.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland. Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Hernando Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBruce.
Ms. DeBruce.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Monsieur
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur Sassy.
Madame Petitpas
Madame
Taylor.
Petitpas Taylor.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine
Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Ayerson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Frascatos.
Mr. Frascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gurwal.
Mr. Graywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur
Mrs.
Yakino.
Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kung.
Mr.
Ms.
Kung.
Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon gets no.
Monsieur McKinnon gets no.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest des Sables.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest des Sables.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Soda.
Ms. Sahoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Sede.
Mr. Sede.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms.
Ms.
Tassi.
Tassi.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms.
Mr.
Vandenbell.
Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Ayoub.
Mrs. Aid.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Nicholson. Mr. Nicholson.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, des Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, des Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson,
Mr.
Caribou.
Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Verson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor
Mr.
West.
Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin
Madame
Sweet.
Boutin Sweet.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Madame Lavertière.
Madame Lavertière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nanterre.
Monsieur Nanterre.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganach.
Monsieur Saganach.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sansouci.
Madame Sansouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr.
Ms.
McGregor.
Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell
Madame
River.
Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf
Ms.
Islands.
May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure, and Communities. I wish to inform the House, because of the delay, there will be no private members' business hour today. Accordingly, the order will be rescheduled for another sitting. I know you're heartbroken by that. I see 701. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. I'll just wait. I encourage members to take their discussions outside so we can continue with the late show. Order. On debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. Not debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's go, folks.
Pardon me. So I'm taking up the conversation we were having about affordable housing back in December. And I want to reiterate how affordable housing helps everything. It helps every kid get the best start. It helps support local business and local economy. It helps human health. It helps shelter from domestic violence. Now, over the years, the NDP has proposed a number of measures to support affordable housing, legislative measures. For example, adopting a national housing strategy, ensuring investment in social and cooperative housing, renovations of existing housing stock, building new housing units, and funding community-based initiatives to combat homelessness. I want to talk through the Speaker with the government about some of the specifics and how they may be able to follow some of those initiatives. But I want to describe two community projects in my town of Nanaimo, just to give a sense of what kind of support it is we're looking for. So in Nanaimo, a new supportive housing facility is opening in May. This is the Boundary Crescent facility. It's being operated by 3 community groups: the Vancouver Island Mental Health Society, Nanaimo Affordable Housing, which does such good work in our community for so many people, and Haven Society, which provides emergency shelter for victims of family violence, women and children most especially. So the Boundary Crescent facility was built with funding from the province and the city of Nanaimo, and it will help homeless men and women transition from life on the streets, and it has a strong emphasis on serving women who have struggled with chronic homelessness. But we've heard that this facility, as welcome as it is, barely scratches the surface of the need for supportive housing for women with children and for affordable housing in our community. We need the federal government at the table, working with Indigenous communities, provinces, and local partners. So here's another great example. Nanaimo Aboriginal Centre is proposing a 25-unit affordable housing complex on Nanaimo's Bowen Road. It's a community-led project for urban Aboriginal students and families. It's the first family-focused affordable housing project funded and built in Nanaimo since 1999. That describes how starved these community organizations have been of affordable housing funding. The City of Nanaimo has committed the land, will waive property taxes. The Regional District of Nanaimo has committed funding. And great news, just today, BC Housing has announced that it is going to support some of the funding around feasibility study work and initial construction. This is the first passive energy house in Western Canada, so it's got a zero energy environmental footprint as well. It's something we're really proud of. So these two community examples really illustrate how much community partners need partners. So through the Speaker, I'm urging the government to describe to us what specific support can such projects expect in this year as they are building and opening. And because existing affordable housing needs federal support, I'm also hoping that the government can describe what specific action it is taking this year to preserve the funding to resurrect expiring housing agreements, without which
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith for her question. I believe our government has been very clear, Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2016 about our plans to invest in affordable housing, and I will take advantage of the opportunity that she provides me to reiterate our commitment to affordable housing
for the benefit of members on all sides of the House. During last year's election campaign, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised that a Liberal government would re-establish federal leadership in affordable housing and create a comprehensive national housing strategy to help ensure that all Canadians have access to the housing they need. This is exactly what we are doing, Mr. Speaker. With the budget that was tabled by the Minister of Finance last month, I am proud to say that we are taking concrete steps towards filling this commitment. In the short term, Mr. Speaker, Budget 2016 provides $2.3 billion in funding for affordable housing to help boost Canada's economic growth, build stronger communities, and help tens of thousands of families access housing that is safe and affordable. This funding is over and above the $2 billion the federal government already spends on housing each and every year, and will be targeted to address some of the most pressing housing needs facing low-income and other vulnerable Canadians across the country. These new investments include more than $504 million to create and renovate affordable housing and improve housing affordability, over $200 million to build or renovate affordable housing for low-income seniors, $90 million to build or renovate more than 3,000 shelter spaces for victims of domestic violence, $574 million to repair and improve the energy and water efficiency of existing social units, up to $30 million to renew subsidies on a transitional basis for all federally administered social housing projects with operating agreements expiring in the next 2 years, $554 million to improve housing conditions for First Nations people living on reserve. The list goes on, Mr. Speaker. $178 million to address the unique housing challenges in the North and Inuit communities, and $111 million to tackle homelessness. These are significant investments, Mr. Speaker, and they will all be delivered over the next 2 years to address urgent housing needs across the country. Budget 2016 also includes two important initiatives to support the construction of affordable rental housing. First, we will create a new affordable rental housing innovation fund with funding of $208 million over 5 years to test innovative business approaches to lower the costs and risks of financing for affordable rental projects. The second initiative, the proposed affordable rental housing financing initiative, would provide up to $2.5 billion in low-cost loans over 5 years to municipalities and housing developers during the earliest and riskiest phase of development. As we deliver these immediate investments, Mr. Speaker, we will also be developing a comprehensive and forward-looking national housing strategy that will promote innovative new approaches to diverse housing challenges and opportunities that exist across Canada. In this context, the federal government will be engaging the provinces and territories, Indigenous communities, and other housing stakeholders across the country in the coming months. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague across the aisle. When we first started this conversation in December, these details had not been revealed. I'm very glad that you're able to describe the very ambitious program that's outlined for the next year and 2 years, and we will look forward to working with community partners to actually get results on the ground. We lost a lot of ground over the last decade. Hopes are very high. The need is very strong. We look forward to working with all community partners, all levels of government, and reaffirming again and again that a roof is a right and our communities benefit when our senior partners support such community work. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, a riding I know with significant needs to reduce poverty, can rest assured that helping vulnerable Canadians find suitable, affordable and sustainable housing is and always will be a priority for this government and indeed for members from both sides of this House. Over the next year, the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development and I will be consulting with the provinces, territories, Indigenous people, and other stakeholders to develop a strategy that delivers better housing outcomes in all regions of the country, including the North, Indigenous communities, and, of course, Vancouver Island. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions will follow those of my colleague, and my first really will deal with the renewal of these long-term agreements. We're talking about 365,000 social housing units that could be negatively impacted. And not just those units, but the people, the men, women, and children who live in those units and who could be vulnerable. We're talking about a $1.7 billion budget here. So in the budget, there were certain amounts that had been set out, and the minister refers to that as well, $15 million over 2 years. And that's just for certain agreements that deal directly with the federal government. For the others, managed by the provinces, they seem to be funded, as was the case before with the Conservatives over the last few years, by the Affordable Housing Agreement. So in my opinion, that leaves a few remaining problems and a few points to clarify. So I would ask for clarifications from the Parliamentary Secretary. For example, the $15 million a year for 2 years is short term. That's not a lengthy period of time. Unfortunately, that creates insecurity, and that can have perverse effects, and I'll try to explain. If you take a cooperative, for example, that has a choice between two tenants and they don't know what's going to happen 2 years down the road in terms of subsidies, they don't know if they'll be maintained. So if they have the choice between two tenants, one that has the means of paying the market price or one that needs that subsidy over the long term because they can't work, well, perhaps the choice will be to prioritize the person who can pay. So what that means, is that we risk losing social housing because of that. And it also risks making households that are already very vulnerable even more so. And we know that the waiting lists are very long, so many people live in that situation. Another thing I wanted to say, that does the Liberal government intend to continue with the sort of moving away from social housing with the federal government? So we've seen that have been very negative effects from that. We've seen it over the last 15 or 20 years. Housing starts stopped a long time ago, and now we see that the results of that. We have a crisis, some say, in housing. Another thing in the budget, there's nothing referred to about agreements that have already expired. So for people who've lost those subsidies and have very difficult choices to make, trying to pay for food or trying to pay for housing, it's not surprising that there's a tremendous poverty amongst children. So for affordable housing, most of these issues are dealt with by the provinces and the territories. So what happens if the territory or province doesn't have the funding to continue this? According to the member for Spadina-Fort York, this money will be put into the gas tax fund, except for that fund goes to infrastructure and not to housing. So we'll be losing money for housing. And one other risk is that there are developers who could take advantage of the developing of the subsidy for a few years and then jack the rents up. So we need long-term agreements to prevent that. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to respond to the member for Hochelaga, and I can assure her that the government shares her concern for low-income households who may be impacted by the expiry of long-term social housing operating agreements. In fact, Budget 2016 addresses this very issue with significant short-term investments to preserve existing rent geared to income units and social housing projects across the country. Our government believes that new approaches are needed to improving housing outcomes for all Canadians, including those living in social housing units. And this is why, Mr. Speaker, we have committed to consult with the provinces, territories, municipalities, Indigenous people, and housing stakeholders on a national housing strategy that will identify innovative, long-term solutions to current and future housing challenges. At the same time, we recognize that action is needed to address pressing problems in the short term, including the potential loss of rent geared to income units when operating agreements expire over the next couple of years. As well, much of the existing social housing stock requires major capital repairs and modifications. Up to, Mr. Speaker, our government pledged during the election campaign to provide leadership in supporting affordable housing, and Budget 2016 is an important step in this direction with proposed new funding of $2.3 billion. That's $2.3 billion, Mr. Speaker, over 2 years to give Canadians greater access to affordable housing. And as the member for Hochelaga will know, this new funding includes close to $574 million to support the renovation and energy and water efficiency retrofit of existing social housing units. This investment will improve living conditions for thousands of households and will also make these units more affordable to operate and maintain over time. More to the point, in regards to her question, Budget 2016 includes measures to preserve affordability for low-income households in social housing as operating agreements expire. Up to $30 million will be provided to renew existing subsidies for all federally administered social housing projects with operating agreements expiring in the next 2 years. This funding will be provided on a transitional basis until the end of March 2018. To receive assistance, housing providers will be required to maintain or increase the number of rent-geared to income units for low-income households. For federally administered projects where operating agreements expire prior to April 1st, 2016, funding from the Investment in Affordable Housing can be used to provide rent subsidies or other forms of assistance. Housing providers should contact the housing agency in their jurisdiction to inquire about funding assistance. As for social housing projects administered by the provinces and territories, Budget 2016 will double federal funding for the investment in affordable housing over the next 2 years. This investment will be cost-matched by provinces and territories, and combined with current funding for the IAH, this will provide just under $1 billion in federal funding that can be used to protect affordability for low-income households living in projects where operating agreements will expire before March 2018. And Mr. Speaker, just winding down, as I've noted, this is a transitional measure while the government consults with provinces, territories, Indigenous, and other communities on a national housing strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The
honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you. I have very specific questions on what the member has just said, rather the parliamentary secretary, and I would appreciate specific answers too. He talked about the national housing strategy and he talked about consultation. I would like to know where it will be consultation where people's input can be ignored, or will it be actual partnership work with the different groups? Groups also want to know what the deadline will be, 6 months, a year, and also concerning renovations. We're talking about eco-energy retrofit. Are they going to replace, for example, elevators in Toronto Towers?
Families, children, and social development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank again the member for bringing this matter before the House. Canada benefits from a strong and healthy housing system, but we can and do much better, Mr. Speaker, and we will be releasing some of the details that the honourable member has asked about shortly. We will be helping vulnerable Canadians find sound, suitable, and sustainable housing. That is a priority for our government, Mr. Speaker. And I would just remind the member that the budget 2016 includes $2.3 billion in new funding over the next 2 years, and we will be consulting stakeholders. We will be consulting provinces, territories, Indigenous communities, and of course the members opposite. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin my follow-up on the perils of the temporary foreign worker provisions in the Trans-Pacific Partnership, I'd just like to take a moment to acknowledge the results of yesterday's election in Manitoba, pay tribute to the outgoing Premier, Greg Salinger, and to 16 years of good NDP government in Manitoba and what that's meant for our province, Mr. Speaker. The outgoing Premier Salinger brought his experience as a social worker and as a social activist first to City Council, then to the Manitoba Legislature as Minister of Finance in the government in 1999 until he took over the leadership from Gary Dewar, and led a government that focused on investing in people and investing in the infrastructure of Manitoba at a time that governments across the world were embracing austerity and paying the price for those policies of austerity. In Manitoba, we had great economic performance compared to other provinces. We were building social housing, Mr. Speaker, childcare spaces. And over those 16 years, it's kind of one of the unsung achievements of the NDP publicly, but what I think one of our biggest accomplishments there was the Neighborhoods Alive program. It's a program that provides seed funding to community organizations. It's not the model of government coming in and telling communities what to do, but building community capacity so that they can guide their own future. I think it's a model that has applications well outside the area of community development and could be well applied within other government departments to make sure that that community people are in the driver's seat when it comes to government investment. So I just wanted to say again how proud I am of the record of the NDP government, and we will carry on fighting, and we will give the new government a run for its money in 2020, Mr. Speaker. Part of the work that we're here to do is to stand up for working people, Mr. Speaker. Now, we've heard the government itself say that there are serious problems with the temporary foreign worker program, and the minister has committed to a review of that program and has said that it's one of her priorities to fix that program. But when we look to Chapter 12 of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, we have language around temporary foreign workers that essentially will recreate and perpetuate the problems of the temporary foreign worker program. So on the one hand, we hear criticism of the TFW program, but we hear nothing but praise, frankly, Mr. Speaker, from this government for the Trans-Pacific Partnership. So what I'd like to hear from the government today is a commitment that their study of the temporary foreign worker program will include within its scope a study of Chapter 12 of the TPP to make sure that what they say they're fixing with the one hand, they're not taking away or putting back with the other hand, Mr. Speaker. So that's what I'd like to hear from the government tonight. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member from Elmwood, Transcona, for his comments on the election of the Conservative government in Manitoba and the NDP's record in that province. I'll proceed to answer the question I thought I was going to get. Mr. Speaker, our country depends on global trade. The reality is that the global trading environment has changed since NAFTA and the WTO, and there are many barriers that our companies face in getting products and people and services and even data across borders on a day-to-day basis. On February 4th, the government signed the TPP in order to ensure that Canada remains at the table, and that the government of Canada is able to continue consulting with Canadians. As Minister Freeland explained in her open letter to Canadians, signing the TPP is only a first step and does not equal ratification by our government. Signing does not affect the objective of the Government of Canada to continue consultations, including holding a full parliamentary debate on the outcomes of the TPP. The government has already met and will continue to meet with a broad range of stakeholders, including businesses, unions, farmers, civil society, academics, and youth. The Minister of International Trade herself has met with unions and labour associations, such as the National Union of Public and General Employees and the Canadian Labour Congress. I myself have met with a number of groups, including Unifor, and I can tell the honourable member that we haven't taken a position, and indeed everything we hear is not positive. We hear both positive and negative, so he erred in his statement in that regard. As previously stated by MP Gould, since the Minister of International Trade was sworn in November, The government has had more than 250 interactions with over 400 stakeholders to discuss the TPP. The mandate of the International Minister of Trade is to consult Canadians on Canada's potential participation in the TPP. That's what we are doing and continue to do so. The government is determined to create well-paying jobs for Canadians and to protect the integrity of our national labour market. The plan generally adopted by Canada in terms of temporary foreign workers in the free trade agreement is to authorize the entry of certain business people according to reciprocity. This means that the temporary mission is only offered to people who are prepared to do the same thing for Canadians who want to invest. The temporary entry normally covers business people who are visiting, investors, people who are transferred within a business, and the professionals and technicians who are highly qualified. In addition, the integrity of the Canadian labour market is also protected by safeguard measures that affect the requirements with regard to remuneration, study, and requirements. Under the free trade agreement, this regarding temporary entry is determined jointly by Immigration and Citizenship Canada and Global Affairs. This allows us to obtain access to markets while limiting the access to market segments that are deemed vulnerable. The government has committed to adopting a responsible approach in order to examine all the details of the TPP. Thank you.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't doubt that the government has heard positive and negative things about the TPP. I'm sure they've heard there's lots of negative things to hear about the TPP. What I said was that I haven't heard them say negative things about the TPP. I have only heard them say positive things. So I don't believe I erred in that regard, unless he has some negative comments about the TPP that he'd like to share with us tonight that he knows members of his party have put on the record that I'm not aware of, Mr. Speaker. I would agree with him that Canada depends on trade, but what it doesn't depend on, last time I checked, is bringing over temporary foreign workers who have no security here, that can be sent back at any time by their employer, are being exploited because they're afraid to raise workplace safety and health concerns, are afraid to complain if they're not being given their due wage, and in the meantime are undermining the position of Canadian workers here. The concern, and it's a concern that the government acknowledges with the temporary foreign worker program, is that this will be repeated under the TPP. So what we want to hear is that their study of the TFW program will include a study of Chapter 12 in the TPP to ensure that this doesn't become a backdoor for another TFW program that's now enshrined in a trade deal.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is committed to consulting widely on these questions of labour mobility in Canada. As regards foreign workers in the TPP, Mr. Speaker, the workers envisaged there tend to be professionals and others who have higher paying jobs, higher education levels, tend to work with companies that they are moving with in the normal course of business. It's not the same clientele that is envisaged by the Temporary Foreign Workers Program as we have known it. As a trading nation, Canada's economic growth is directly linked to international trade. The government strongly supports free trade as a way to open markets to Canadians' goods and services, grow Canadian businesses, create good-paying middle-class jobs. The government has committed to bring forward the TPP to a debate here in the House, and therein we will hear both positive and negative about the TPP. The fact is that we are committed to open consultations. This is a promise we made during the election and one that we are seeing through. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The
motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. The House thus stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24.1.